That is so weird. Because when I click this, why is it, you know, we'll fix the, oh, what's up, Hector? It's just so weird going live from OBS at times. It's no problem when I do, when I go live from, like, say, Twitch. Twitch is super fucking easy. But, like, for instance, I'll have something set up on YouTube, like thumbnail, title, like the last time I went live. So I wanted to go live with the same exact settings, and then when I try to do it, it's completely different. So I'm looking at, because I think even if I were to look at my, what the stream is even called, I think it's not what I wanted. So like, or is it? Now I don't know. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna end up speaking about Tekken at some point. Especially if you guys want to talk about that piece of shit game, or just roast it, whichever one. I see you uninstalled it. I don't blame you. I tell people all the time, if you are enjoying that game, go, you know, I'm happy. I'm happy for those people that are enjoying the game. For me, not my it's not my bag. Not my bag. Not anymore. I guess I should share this over to Twitter. Let me see. In case people want to hear me yap about whatever. So I guess I'll well, I should change the title, but I don't know. I'm fucking lazy. It's Saturday. I don't care. Ain't like anybody gonna really tune in. I'm no main man, so it's not like anybody gonna really tune in. Maybe a handful of you guys will. Let me see. Yeah, tune in and listen to me yap. There we go. There, I think that's what I'll do. Okay, so we put that out there, and let's see, because I was watching a couple of things, right? Because you got the upcoming Diablo, that I'm 100% in on that. You have the and in fact you have the upcoming Starfield expansion. I'm looking forward to that. I just watched before I went live. There was this, I guess, an episode or YouTube video of IGN, and there was this guy that was talking about the upcoming Starfield expansion, and people are pretty mixed on it. I mean, people are pretty mixed on that game as it is, but you know, I'll more than likely give it a shot because I do enjoy Starfield, because I accept it for what it is, and I think that's something that people have to, well, no, I don't want to say have to, because you don't have to do shit. But I think when you do accept the game for what it is, it's much easier. See, that's my problem. That's my problem with Tekken 8. I refuse to accept the game for what it is. Tekken 8 is a party game. It's a scrub-friendly game that has had virtually all of its identity based off of the prior iterations pretty much gutted. And I was thinking about something, actually, and I really didn't want to talk about it, but fuck it, whatever. I'm live. It doesn't matter. And I thought about it, and I had this question. And the question was, and I don't know if anybody's really thought about it when it comes to Tekken. I have had people, or I have seen other creators and other, you know, people talk about this in different games, where, and even shows, like for instance, for those people that might have seen the train wreck that is Star Trek Academy. That was an absolute shit show. Literally, that was a shit show. Where they made like the fucking Klingons into like homos and effeminate fucking species, which doesn't make any sense. Basically, it's the failure of DEI and all other shit. And I said to myself, I was like, you know what? If these people that wanted to do and take Star Trek down that path, why didn't they just create their own show? And that's pretty much my thought process. So when I thought about it late last night, and I thought about this in the vein of Tekken, and I said to myself, if the game of Tekken 8, if you just strip away, if you look at Tekken 8 objectively, and I mean objectively, not subjectively, if you look at Tekken 8 objectively as a product, and it was called something entirely different. Maybe it was called Legacy Fighter, or maybe it was whatever other name you want to attribute it to. Would it be viewed in the way that it's being viewed right now? Would it still be viewed that way? And I think it's a very interesting conversational piece. At least I think it is. What's up, Keylocks? And I think that when I look at the game in that way, and you can look at like any game, any show along that way, where, you know, like for instance, for me, I'm a big sci-fi guy, and seeing what these fools did to Star Trek, for instance, they basically completely ruined that fucking franchise. And I thought to myself, and I said, you know what, like I said earlier, if they wanted to take Star Trek in the direction they did, why didn't they just make it your own show, call it something totally different? And it made me think of Tekken, because my hatred of Tekken 8 really stems from the mechanics. But if I'm looking at the product objectively, it's not like it's a broken product. Tekken 8, the game, it functions. I've played far worse broken games. But when you look at it as an OG like myself that has been around since fucking Jesus Christ walking on water when it comes to the franchise, and looking at I guess you call it the evolution, I'm like, well, I absolutely hate the direction. But I had to, and I thought about it. I was like, well, what if this game, and I know this is not April Fool's Day, but what if the product that is Tekken 8, what if it was completely something different? What if they just called it something totally different, and all of the characters were named something different? Would it still be as objectively, or subjectively, I should say, looked at in a negative way? And I had to really think, and the reason why I'm stampering over my words the way I am is because I'm really just thinking about this kind of on the fly, because unlike a lot of creators, I don't use a fucking script. I don't read from the dummy cards, but I'm trying to form a cohesive thought here while doing this live. And it really made me think about it. And I thought about it like late last night when I was walking around, pacing in my living room, because I was thinking about other shows that has been ruined due to DEI and the homo and the alphabet community fuckery, mental illness, all that shit, right? And I just thought, well, what if it was just something just totally different? And it just really made me think. And I know, with all of my hours upon hours and videos on videos watching other creators, I've never come across anybody on YouTube that ever broached that particular topic, where if you look at Tekken 8 objectively, if it was called something completely different and it was just its own fighting game, would it be considered a bad fighting game? There, I said it. I think I expressed it in a meaningful way. And I have to admit, it does make me question, like, it wouldn't be a fighting game I would like, but would it in the grander scheme of the community, if Tekken 8 was a completely, like, if it was a completely brand new fucking game, but it was what it was, right? You have heat, or maybe the mechanic would be called something totally different. Would people look at it the way they do? It really makes me think about it. I don't know. I'm just kind of like wasting time on this just because I'm fucking live and I'm just yapping, but these are just random. These are just raw, unconstructed thoughts. But it just, and I know it's probably not making sense to the listener, so apologize for that, but I'm just thinking out loud. Because I've often said this before, when it comes to like other shows, when it comes to like the DEI and the mental illness bullshit, you know, like I use like Star Trek Academy, for example, you know, and I would usually say, if these homos, if the alphabet community, if the woke mob, the modern audience, if you want to make your own fucking show with and call it Homos in Space or Gay Trek or Homo Trek, that's fine. Make your own fucking show. But the backlash is really coming from, you're calling this Star Trek. And that's where I think, because I feel like if it was something made specifically for that particular audience, the people that's in the Star Trek community, they would be like, okay, well, whatever. It's a new space thing. It's not for me. It's not what I'm looking for. So when I look at it, when I look at that premise, because I explained it a lot better just now because I'm very passionate about that. But when I juxtapose that with Tekken 8, it made me think of the same thing. If Tekken 8, as it is right now, was not called Tekken 8, if it was just its own brand new fighting game, like a completely brand new title, the characters were named something different, the story is different, but the mechanics were the same, I actually wonder how the general fighting game community would react to that. And I don't know if anybody has really made a video about that. I don't know. If they have, I haven't seen it, but I think it is a good conversation starter. You know? And you can use any game for that. You can like take the Street Fighter 6 mechanics, but if it wasn't called Street Fighter 6, if it was just called something, whatever, you call it whatever the fuck you want to call it. I sometimes wonder if the backlash or the hatred or the dislike of a particular game would remain as it is if it was called something entirely different to make it removed from a very passionate community that is expecting something completely different. Best believe if I choose to upload this, I will definitely be deleting the first 15 minutes of this whole this whole thing. But yeah. But yeah. Oh, what's up, Justin NG? What's up, man? King Ravensburner. Yeah, I hope all you guys are doing well. I was just trying to formulate a thought because the thing is, and I don't like I like good deep conversation, and you know, and since we have a Guilty Gear person here, I understand that every fighting game has its share of issues, and you know, let me. Well, I guess I can't rewind it because I'm live, but I think the point. All right, let me start this over. Every video game, especially from a competitive standpoint, has its own community, and that as that community grows, you know, you have your expectations, right? You have the Guilty Gear community, they have certain expectations. The Tekken community has expectations. Virtua Fighter, Mortal Kombat. And the way I see it is when you are a person of any of those communities and you've gotten accustomed to something, you know, you like it, maybe you were around since the beginning, and then all of a sudden you got somebody that's messing around with the flavor, they're messing around with the recipe, right? What's up, Millie? So I'm trying to formulate this thought, but it's a little bit tricky. So I'm trying to organize this in a cohesive manner, because I'm trying to talk about how every single game, especially competitively, has its own audience and they have their own expectations. And that's why I reference Guilty Gear, Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat. And then when you have developers that are kind of like just going way to the left, so to speak, and it's really alienating a lot of that particular community. And that's what's happening with Tekken. And from what I understand, the people that, for instance, on the Guilty Gear side of things, you know, they'll have their own grievances with the game. Lord knows Mortal Kombat has their own grievances. But as of late, or should I say as of recent, and I'm trying to kind of stay on topic, so I'll get to the chat in a moment. When I made the video that I made, and I think it was a stream as well, where I was kind of like comparing developer effort between the Guilty Gear people, which are making that soon to be released Guilty Gear Strive 2.0, and I'm comparing the level of effort to Tekken 8. I think there's some people that don't really understand what I was trying to get at. I think people, they're fixated on, just to use this as an example, they're fixated on the issues that Guilty Gear has, whereas I'm talking about the developer's decision to remove an entire mechanic that the Guilty Gear community apparently couldn't stand. And to my understanding, based on two videos that I watched from people that are prominent in that community, one being Lord Knight and another guy named Squirrel such and such 147, I think that was, you know, I forgot exactly what the numbers were. You know, they mentioned that that particular mechanic was in the game for about 3 or 4 months or so. So it made me think, as far as I'm concerned, this Guilty Gear Wild Assault, it made me look at heat for Tekken 8. And that's why I made the video and I talked about it on stream, and I'm talking about it right now, where I'm like, look, regardless of whether or not this update, this 2.0 for Guilty Gear happens to bring their community back that might have been disenfranchised, that may have pissed them off, that whatever. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about the specifics. I'm talking about the developer's decision to remove an entire mechanic. And I found that to be very, very interesting, because That is something you do not fucking see often. You will see a developer, they'll add new moves, they might do something with the netcode, they might add new characters, they may even add new story bits, but it's very rare that a developer decides to completely remove an entire mechanic. And so that's what really inspired me to speak about Guilty Gear in that way, because I'm by far not knowledgeable about the Guilty Gear as a game. I'm fucking not. Like, I'm not going to lie and bullshit nobody. But I do like that the developers chose to do that, and the developers did not have to do that, because Guilty Gear is about a 5-year-old game. And quite frankly, it's safe to say that the developers are more than likely working on the next iteration of Guilty Gear, given that usually fighting games, you know, they have about a good 3 to 5 year lifespan. And then at that point, the developer decides to go and start development on the next. So I do respect that the developers decided to remove that mechanic. And I think people that might be from the Guilty Gear community that might have seen me talk about that. And I've had a few comments on aspects of those videos where they would say, well, Guilty Gear has been fucking up, the developers this, and many of the players left. And I'm like, I get that, but that in this context is not really relevant, because the developers are doing something they did not need to do. They could have just left the shit the way it was, let the game ride out, because whoever left the game, they left the game. And I don't think many gamers understand that. So when I look at it now on Tekken, I believe, and many of my audience has heard me bitch and complain about this, is that the mechanics of Tekken 8 is the problem. So when I see a Guilty Gear developer decided to go and remove an entire mechanic, that is something that I would love to see the Tekken developers fucking do, because as far as I'm concerned, if you really want to go back to basics with Tekken, you have to fucking remove heat and rage, because that is going back to basics in that way. Because Tekken historically has not had that type of bullshit in it. Every fighting game has its own share of character issues. Every fighting game has their top tier characters. I don't care. Name a fighting game, you're going to have a tier list. You're going to have a bullshit character in every fighting. I'm pretty sure Guilty Gear has its bullshit characters. Mortal Kombat 1, 2, 3, 11, 10, all have bullshit characters. Street Fighter 6, I heard fucking Mai was bullshit in that game. I think they nerfed her or whatever, but you get the point. So character balance is something that is always and will forever be an eternal battle with the developers and the community. It will never be solved. It's like trying to design the best first-person shooter game. You're going to always have either a sniper rifle that's going to be better than the rest of the sniper rifles. An AR is probably going to be better than this AR. That's just, it is what it is. So I sometimes, I try to over-explain certain points, because I do want everybody to understand where I'm coming from, even if they disagree, but at least understand the fucking point. Because sometimes I'll see people in the comments section, oh my God, this guy just clearly didn't understand what I'm talking about, and that's why that's why this whole thing with Guilty Gear to me is so interesting. Because this is something that you do not see often. You do not see, like, for instance, you did not see NetherRealm Studios for Mortal Kombat 1 decide to remove the cameo system. They didn't decide to remove the you know, that aspect, which in my opinion would have actually helped that fucking game, because I don't think anybody really wanted a fucking an assist based Mortal Kombat game. I don't fucking think anybody really wanted that. So, but that is essentially a mechanic, and it wasn't one that did any favors. So seeing the developers make that decision to remove this wild assault, you know, regardless of whether or not it's going to make Guilty Gear Strive a better game, that to me, it's like, whatever, we don't know. My point is, I just like the fact that they decided to make that move. And that's the type of drastic move that I would love to see the Tekken developers make. All right, now let me look at this chat, see what you guys are talking about, because, you know, I don't want my fucking train of thought to go off. So let me scroll through here. All right, so let me catch up here. Let me see. Seems like Doomer takes being realistic at times. Thank goodness you live right on time. Hey, what's up, Jules? You going to check out the Invincible versus beta? Of course I am. I'm definitely going to be checking out that Invincible versus. I'm definitely going to be checking that out. What's up, Nexo? I see you over on Twitch. What's up, bro? Gray Skies, what's up? Justin, by the way, I saw your vid. You don't know the new mechanic. Wait, what? Hold up. Saw your vid. You don't know the new mechanic. The new mechanic counter blitz. From what it seems, it's auto combo from a counter hit to a wall break. During that combo, you can't combo break. Well, I guess you guys will see, because it says here, you just say in your comment, it says from what it seems. So seems is not rooted in truth. So I guess when that 2.0 thing comes out, I guess you guys will see it on the Guilty Gear side. But again, my point is that the developers still decided to remove an entire mechanic. Like, I really want people to understand that point. That's the point. Whether or not Guilty Gear becomes this great game, that's the point. It's the fact that the developers remove the mechanic. That's my point. That's all I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? Whether or not, like, the game ends up being good, it brings back the community, it's a return to form, I don't know. Who knows? Time will tell. But it's just the point that they removed the mechanic, whatever they replace it with, whatever. It's just, it just feels like most gamers cannot grasp that simple point that the developer, they did not have to do shit. They didn't have to, they could have just left the game as it is. And that's why I mentioned to another person in a comment, where I said, you know what they could have did with your Guilty Gear game? They could have did what Team Ninja did with Dead or Alive 6 and abandoned you guys after a fucking year, took y'all money and said deuces. So that, and I said it because a lot of times fighting gamers, they don't really play other games. Most people who play Tekken only play Tekken. People who play Street Fighter 6 only play Street Fighter 6. So they don't have a wide, broad outlook of the fighting game community as a whole. They only see their own little, not to say all, but they typically usually see, this is my world, this is my world. Whereas somebody like myself, I see everything. So that's why I look and say, okay, the developer's deciding to remove that particular mechanic. That's a huge thing because you don't see that often, if at all. That's the point. Whether or not the removal of the mechanic helps the game, whether the new mechanic they're adding in helps the game, y'all will see. But I just feel like it's almost pointless because I think sometimes people will just never understand. Anyway, let me get back to this. Let me see. King Raven, he loves SNK. It's not hate towards Namco for me. I just want them to see them better. Resonator, what's up, Resonator? Let me see. Hope they bring back mechanics. Okay, Justin. Right. I think you guys are talking to yourselves. Let me see. I still think the Namco higher-ups ordered Tekken devs to do things that they deem more efficient in sales. That's a very good take. Because at the end of the day, this does come down to a fucking business. And I wish more gamers would look at it that way. You know, you could be a developer. Well, maybe. Yeah, no, we get you during Strive 3. We have something similar to Tekken 8 Season 2, promising more defense, but end up buffing all the characters. We got bugs and infinites in the patch. That shit sucks. What's up, Jules? Happy Saturday. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, over in Korea, yeah, it's like kind of like a day, and they're like a day ahead in time and shit. Like they're like a completely different time, like a different realm and shit. Let me see. Yeah, I'm really glad it's gone. Recently show a match with the new character. Yeah, I saw that. The chick with the rabbit or whatever the fuck it is. It looks interesting. I mean, definitely not my style of character, but you know, it's I mean, it was definitely a fucking long ass win animation, I'll tell you that much. I was like, damn, am I watching a fucking cutscene, or like, you know, I don't know who's gonna be sitting around waiting for that. Like after like the 10th time. You played Tekken 8 before, main Zafina. Yeah, there's a lot of things with the Tekken is just, I don't know. Like I said, people that like I have to accept that there are people that enjoy Tekken as it is, and that's totally fine. You know, I can do a heat seeker take and say, hey, it's okay to like bad games. Yeah, campaign, make them mode. The part they don't understand is how conducive things are in the comp center. How well does this work in comp? How long will it last? Let me see. Jules, happy soon birthday. Oh, that's what's up. Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3, very, very good game. Very amazing game. I definitely, and you know the funny thing about Baldur's Gate 3, and this is just, that game is several years old, and I have never seen Baldur's Gate 3 go below $50, even on sale. I've never seen it. But, you know, let me see. Why bring, wait, Lei Wulong, why bring him back for 7 and not 8? So real quick. So, all right. Try to hold y'all questions because I need to I need to kind of break this down. Okay. Because right now I'm gonna take a break from the chat and just address that, because this goes in line with every other fighting game. The decision to add a particular character, whether they're legacy or whether they're whatever, well, usually when they're legacy characters, in this case with Lei, it comes down to, is this character moving the needle? Is this character, are people playing the character? The developers of a fighting game, they can track data that you and I fucking don't have access to. They can literally see how many times somebody is playing a character. They can see how long that character is being played for. They can see, like, if you have a ranking system, they can see how many people have a certain rank, all that shit. So a lot of times, and also you have to factor in the amount of manpower and resources it takes to create the character, especially in Tekken 8 standpoint, because Tekken 8, they're using completely brand new assets. With Tekken 7, they were using or recycling a lot of the same game assets. So it wasn't really costing a lot of development resources. Whereas for Tekken 8, every single character was redesigned from the ground up. So from Namco's standpoint, why should we create this particular character if, one, not many people used that character in the past? This is the same premise that all developers generally have, whether it's Guilty Gear, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, and so on and so forth. Now, the thing with Tekken that kind of breaks the rule is that Anna Williams, and I can see you guys leaving comments. Let me kind of get this off my chest. The thing with Anna Williams is that Anna Williams was one of the least picked characters in Tekken 7. So you will say, well, what you're saying, Red, doesn't hold up, because if they're going by character usage, then why did they bring Anna back for Tekken 8 Season 2, especially as the first character? Another reason why developers would bring back a not so used character is it could also be a couple of things. Whoever may be on the development team at that point, maybe there's somebody in the development team that wants to see that character come back. That is a real thing. Number two, it can also be story driven, because as people should be knowing, Anna Williams is the sister of Nina Williams, and Nina Williams is an insanely popular character. I refer to her as the queen of Tekken. So perhaps the Tekken 8 developers, had an idea to create a more of an engaging story between the two sisters. That's another reason why they brought her back. And they probably felt that there was something within her kit that they can use for Tekken 8. So that's why they would tend to bring back other characters that may not have been played in prior iterations. So that basically kind of means that they will look to see how often a character was used in prior games, and that will have a strong determining factor on whether or not we're going to see that character in the future. But then on the flip side, if there's somebody on that development studio that says, we have a radical new idea that we can pair this character up story-wise, or maybe take their character in a completely different direction, let's see it. So when it comes to Lei, I feel Lei has that potential, because Lei is a character that you can go down the route of Super Cop Lei, or you can go down the route of Kung Fu Lei. And one of the stories was a rivalry that Lei had with Feng Wei. And then they had the story, which was more interesting, relating to Steve Fox and Nina Williams. So it really just depends on the Tekken developers if they feel like, one, is it worth bringing Lei back? Two, do they feel, can the character make money? Three, which direction are they going to go with him in the story? And this is a general premise that most fighting game developers go by. If you look at Street Fighter 6 right now, I think even the latest right now I've seen, there was a trailer of sorts with Ingrid for Street Fighter 6, and I've been seeing mixed reactions for that. Some people feel like she doesn't belong in the game. Some people like her return. So it comes down to Capcom on that front. Like, hey, what direction do you want to take her in? What's going to be her new backstory? Who is she going to be rivaling with? All of that plays a part. So hopefully that makes sense in terms of understanding the decision process of how developers decide who comes back, who doesn't, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So that's pretty much how that goes. Let me see here. All right. Dat Boy Ratchet. I have a question. Why do almost every game are being made easy now? But that's a whole nother topic right there. Why do modern games feel like every game should be catered to them? Wait, why do modern gamers feel like every game should be catered to them when most of them never will put the time into? That is a fucking excellent question. I'm gonna have a good time with that one. If you like the game, go ahead. I want to be getting Tekken 8 right now. Let me see. Monster Hunter. I think Jules, she likes Monster Hunter stories. Okay, it's cool. I've heard about that. I'm not really much into Monster Hunter, but it's Monster Hunter is interesting. It's definitely a very popular, very strong franchise. Lei has to be in the game. He is Jackie Chan for I mean Lei is Jackie Chan, but I don't know. The one thing I know for an absolute fact is that Lei won't be coming for season 3. So it makes it even more easier for me to not play this shit. Tinfoil hat theory. Tekken 8 having big combos and shorter round is for them to cut advertisement faster in tournament. Getting all that sponsor money. Joking. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, Jules, she's very much into RPGs. I mean, I am as well. But we know if I were to go, you can kind of say this for everything. But if it feels like if I do or talk about almost anything that has nothing to do with Tekken 8, I will barely get any views on this channel. Despite the fact that my main video game loves is RPGs, JRPGs, open world games, Souls-likes, Metroidvanias. But it is what it is. I'm just gonna have to accept the fact that since I've abandoned potentially causing myself to have a triple bypass on live stream playing that fucking game, Tekken 8, that my channel in terms of its growth is going to be slower because, for instance, there's several RPGs that I have interest in that, you know, I have interest in, but unfortunately, I'm just not going to get the viewership on those particular videos. I know I'm not. So it's up to me to either just not do it or just kind of push through and hope that I may attract more and more people over the course of time that's into other fucking games than Tekken 8. So that's the challenge for me as a creator. Let me see. Let's see. Okay, you guys are having a good convo here. Did I miss anything? I want to push the needle. If they don't see Lei pushing the needle, what were they thinking with Heat? Heat, they just wanted to go a different direction. Adding a new mechanic to a fighting game is much different than adding a new character or an older character. One has nothing to really do with the other. I see you, Jules. You recommend Monster Hunter? I mean, here's the unfortunate reality is that I don't have a lot of money. So I would love to go and try out these other games. And this is why I love Game Pass, by the way. But, you know, I just don't have the money to go and try this game and try that game and try this game. This is why I love when games have demos. That's why when between Gray Skies and Jules, the two of you suggested that Digimon game, the Stranger in Time, and you guys had me playing that shit for almost 4 hours. It was a cool game. I just don't know much about the world of Digimon, but I enjoyed the RPG aspects of the game. Like, I get it, but I could also see that, and I think I've said it back then, that for people who do understand that Digimon culture, they would love the fucking game, you know? It's sort of like I can bring up the game Dragon Ball Kakarot, which is wild because I sometimes forget I own that game. I completely forget I own Dragon Ball Kakarot. And it amazes me how much DLC they've fucking done for that game over the years. I'm like, damn, they're still doing DLC for this game? But that game is like an open world RPG in a sense. So somebody who doesn't know jack shit about Dragon Ball, they may, if they are into an open world style game with RPG elements, they may like Dragon Ball Kakarot, but if they are an avid Dragon Ball fan, they would love the game. So that's the difference. That's what I'm trying to make that connection, that when you have these types of games, like I've even seen a One Piece game, I think a One Piece open world game not that long ago. For people that are fans of the show, you know, they would have more of a connection to the game and they would get certain references than someone who's just picking the game up because, oh, it's an open world style RPG. And so hopefully that makes sense. Yeah. You know, okay, that just kind of like I'm gonna say this as respectful as possible, and I'm just gonna put this out there. To Gray Skies, I don't know. Sometimes I kind of question your self-awareness, because sometimes you've said some things in comments just kind of didn't really make sense to me, but that your comment, I'm trying to put it in a nice way. I don't need you kind of blurting out my situation to everybody in like every stream, like that. I don't like, if I feel like talking about it, I'll talk about that. But you just like, hey, he's doing this because such, but it's a little bit much, you know what I'm saying? So I'd appreciate, you know, don't do that again. That's what I'm saying. That's kind of weird. Like that was like, I'm like, what the fuck? I'm reading this shit. I'm like, why are you even bringing that up in my chat? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, if especially if I'm not even talking about it, like, that's why I'm like, I don't know if you're very self-aware of that, you know, which I don't think that you were. So that's just, you know, that's just kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know how I fucking come back from that. That's just mad awkward. Anyway, as to, let me go back up here. There was a pretty good question here. Why do almost every game is easy now? So yeah, so the reason why they're making games easier, whether it's adding potential how can I frame this? So Souls-like games, their identity is tied to difficulty and overcoming a challenge. So to put in an easy mode or make the game of a Souls-like game easier, you are 100% changing the identity of that entire genre. The whole point of the game really outside of like, you know, the discovering, leveling up and shit like that, is the fucking challenge, is that you are going to die. And it's up to you to endure that, overcome, learn the patterns of the enemies, and so on and so forth. However, in this modern society that we're in, people, they don't tend to like difficult shit. People like things handed to them. So that also extends into fighting games, which is the reason why Tekken 8 is developed in the way that it is. Because as development costs increase, they want more and more people to buy the game so they can make more money, so that they can recoup those development costs, the marketing costs, the distribution costs, and so on and so forth. So that's what that's all about. That's why they make these games more easier. And it's a trend that's been happening for a while. It's not something that just started. It's been happening very slowly, incrementally over time. So that's pretty much the main reason. Because if you have a game that where the general consensus is this game is super difficult, and in order for me to get good, I'm going to have to spend X amount of time doing the thing, and that doesn't even guarantee me being good enough to beat other people. So what we're going to do is, in order to cater to you guys who suck and don't have the discipline to invest time to get better, we're going to make the overall game easier so that now you can buy into the game so that we can get your money. That's really what it comes down to. So the developers are willing to sacrifice the identity of a particular game, especially if those that if the aspect, or not the aspect, if the community of that game is small and they are tied to that identity, the developers are oftentimes willing to sacrifice that for the potential of gaining a much larger market. That's why they do it. That's, you know, without being all extra professional and having a whole bunch of like high-end words attributed to this. That's really what it comes down to. It comes down to money and getting more people to buy the fucking game. That's what it comes down to, because more people are willing to buy into something if it's easier, because a lot of times the casual player, they are the type of person, they will mash their buttons, log off, go do what they're going to do, and that's it. They are typically not the ones that's going to be watching a bunch of YouTube videos. They're not the ones that are going to be watching. They're not going to be doing all that. They log in, play their game, get what they get out of it, and move on. And so that's why you're seeing this whole, I don't know if you call it a renaissance or whatever word you want to attribute it to it, but that's why you're seeing a lot of the different genres of gaming catering to the modern audience. That's why. That's basically why. Because the amount of money that it costs to make these games, if they were to keep the community as it is, they would probably not make their money back. And that's a risk that publishers specifically, they don't want to have. So the publisher is telling the developer, hey, I'm putting in $100 million into this game. So you have to make this game and make it in a way that it's going to make money. That's also why you're seeing a lot of hero shooters. That's why you're seeing a lot of games that have these microtransactions. That's why. Because they feel like, well, if we can get your money up front at the point of sale, but then over the course of time, we can still get some of your money over the course of the lifespan of the game. And that's it. That I think that was an excellent question, and I'll definitely add a stream marker for that one. Let me see. What's up, Hidden One? I see you. Let me see. I appreciate that, King Raven. I'm just kind of checking out what you guys saying. Let me see. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Oh, I didn't know that there's a demo for that Monster Hunter. And that's also assumed, well, yeah, I guess it is a multi it is a game that is on for both consoles, whatever. So okay, I'll check to see. I'll check it out, because right now I'm not in my room right now. So I was thinking about doing this while I was in my room, but I was like, no, let me just, because there was a couple of things that I wanted to do in this stream. If nothing else, maybe just for me, and maybe I would upload it later, because there was like this video I watched of Starfield. This guy was talking about it from IGN. I think I mentioned at the very beginning of the stream, but for those of you that came after the beginning of the stream, there was somebody I was watching from IGN that was talking about the Starfield expansion that's coming out. I think it's April 7th. And then, of course, there's the Diablo thing. That's an automatic purchase for me. And then I mean, there's like a ton of fucking games that I really wanted to get into. I saw like another, I saw a bit of some info on the upcoming State of Decay 3. I haven't heard anything about that game in a long time. I'm definitely interested in that. There's gameplay of the Exodus game. There's like so much shit to cover, and so I don't know how long I'm gonna be doing this stream for. But you know, I'm here, so I'm yapping. It is what it is. But yeah, so yeah, when it comes to just to kind of address that real quick, when it comes to Gray Skies, I appreciate the but you know, but just let's put it this way: in an online forum, if somebody chooses to speak about their personal business, that is up to the creator. But and then if like, let's say if all of a sudden, if I said somebody in my family passed away and I'm talking about it then and there, well, I don't need somebody when I go live again and I'm talking about something that has nothing to do with that, and I'm talking about and then all of a sudden I see a comment like, yeah, you know, such about the loss of your family. I'm like that was addressed then. If I'm not bringing it up, that's not the time to do that. So that's why I said maybe you just weren't that self-aware, because some people, they just don't, honestly, they talk and they don't really think about before they talk. So I'm just letting you know, in the future, that's not something that people like. You know what I'm saying? So I accept the apology, but just moving forward, that is something nobody really likes. I'm just being honest with you. Like, if they choose to say something about whatever they got going on at that time, like if it's January 1st and they talk about, oh yeah, you know what, I had this, that, and the other happen to me, and it's January 1st, and then all of a sudden they go live January 14th, and then you choose to bring that up, that's in very poor taste. So I'm just letting you know, and that's all I gotta say about on that one. Let's see. All right. Let me see. Let's see. Let me see. Yeah. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, so anyway, you know, everybody makes mistakes. Like I said, some people are more self-aware than others, but it just, you know, sometimes, you know, you just let some people know and just moving forward, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, so where do I go from here? um, I don't know. Because right, like I have so many, like you have so many titles coming out, right? You got that Clockwork Revolution game. You have Blood of the Dawn Walker. You have that fucking what's the other game? That space game. Um The Expanse. I remember that one. That's looking good. Exodus. Um and then you, of course, you got the upcoming fighting games. You got Invincible Versus. That's looking pretty interesting. Even though I'm not a fan of versus games, but they do have that beta coming out, which I am going to play. I'm going to try that. And but I you know, I'm not a fan of 3-on-3 type games, which is the reason why I was a little bit like I bought into Dragon Ball Fighters only because I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan. But once people started doing those one touch kill combos, I was like, all right, I'm out. I'm done. You know, so I don't know how long it's going to be before somebody is going to find out how to break the Invincible Versus game, because usually those versus games, those assist driven tag fighting games, they always end up being broken at some point. So but it's a beta. I think it's April 9th. I'm gonna mess with it. I'm gonna try it out. I'll see what you know what it's about. There's a couple other RPGs that look interesting. Even a JRPG, one called Sword Art Online. I have one of them. It was a while ago. I think it was this particular one. You were using a lot of guns. I forgot what the name of that one was called, but I played that. It was pretty cool. It was very. It was almost like the characters had a real world, but they were in like a VR within, it was like a game within a game. And the characters that you're using are aware that they're in a game. It was very interesting. I don't really see that done very often. And so to my understanding, Sword Art Online has a lot of games. I didn't even know it was that big of a franchise, but they do have one coming out soon. It does look pretty impressive. Hopefully it has a demo to it. And then there's another game. I can't remember the name of it. I think it comes out sometime in June or July. So I'm going to keep my eyes on that one. But, you know, we'll see. There's so many games coming out. That's why I say, like, look, if you're playing something and you're not having fun, if you don't like the game, just go and play something else. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I finally decided to do with Tekken 8. You know, like, is no point in me investing my time, money, and energy into playing a game that I absolutely cannot stand from a mechanical standpoint. You know, when you have so many other different games out there across like so many different genres, you know, even though, of course, you know, from a content creator standpoint, you know, like I say, when you're focused more on one particular game, it's typical that you are able to grow faster than if you were to kind of spread out and just do different games. But I do believe in the long run, I do feel that people that do have more of a variety channel, I do feel that they do well in the long run, especially when it comes to burnout. Because what ends up happening if the game that you're focusing on, what if that game dies? What if everybody was, you know, what if that game ends up being complete shit, and then now you have to pivot after like probably doing like 2 to 3 years of content on that one game. So that's always a bit of a concern. You know, of course you have certain things like you have certain like Call of Duty content creators. Call of Duty is probably never going anywhere. Games like Diablo, that I think that's a good, because Diablo is a massive franchise, even though people bitch and complain about people bitch and complain about every game, but typically there are certain franchises that just they stick the, what is that term? They stay the, I forgot how to, they're I can't think of that, how that expression goes. Something about the test of time, something like that. It's an old saying. You know, so those games usually, you know, they're like a safe bet. But the problem is that I'm not like an expert in Diablo, so I can't speak to Diablo the way somebody like a Riker can. Riker is like one of the fucking huge Diablo content creators. He's like, I don't know, like 700,000 subscribers. So he's like a fucking, like, he's like one of the main guys, you know. So for me, the only thing I could really do is I can speak to my own personal experiences and just people that might be on the fence of Diablo, and kind of like, you know, I'm not really in, like, for instance, people who might be into like JRPGs or CRPGs, they may never have played a Diablo style game before, and they can look at me and be like, oh, you know, he's trying it out, it looks pretty cool, I'll give it a shot. But in terms of me being like the master level Diablo player, no, not right now, you know. And that's where, you know, it gets kind of tough when you go from playing a game like Tekken, which I know frontwards and backwards. And if I were to go and just, you know what, I'm going to go and play Guilty Gear, for instance, I can do that. But when it comes to other creators that specialize in Guilty Gear, I cannot rival them at all because I have not built up that equity. It doesn't mean I still can't, I can make a video about anything I fucking want, but I would have to have realistic expectations that if I'm making Guilty Gear content, chances are I'm not going to be rivaling somebody that's been in that space for a long period of time. You know what I'm saying? But I can still give my own unique perspective, because each one of us, we each have our own voice, and we each have our own way of thinking and looking at things. So maybe somebody that is watching a very large Diablo channel or a very large Guilty Gear channel or whatever game, they may look at somebody else that might be a little bit smaller, but their perspective might be more in line with that particular viewer. So that's kind of like how I look at things in the overall expanse of like content creation and going from one thing to the next. You know what I'm saying? That's what I've seen, and that's what I've experienced so far. I think when it comes to a good point from Justin, I think when it comes to fighting games in general, I have a very, like, I always thought, and I had this idea, and I did it once, where, like, for instance, I could play Virtua Fighter, right? I'm pretty good at Virtua Fighter. I'm not godlike, but I'm good. And, you know, you can literally make content picking up a game that you're not necessarily familiar with, playing a different character, and be like, look, this is my process of learning this character from fucking scratch. And I'm going to go in ranked, and I'm going to apply what I learned, win or lose. I'm going to see how I do, and we're going to break it down, what I could have done better. And then maybe the chat can like chime in, be like, oh, you could do this, you could do that. And I think that's cool. And I did something like that with Virtua Fighter when Revo came out, and I finally ended up getting it. But I kind of went away from Virtua Fighter, admittedly, because I got sidetracked with other things. But with Guilty Gear, I do have an interest in the game. And ironically, it is on sale right now. I think it's on sale for like $19.99. because Xbox has this deal, this spring sale going on. So I'm very tempted to pull the trigger on that game. But but there is something else I want. So I'm kind of like working with, all right, well, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Hades 2, exactly. Hades 2, and that's also coming to Game Pass. And ironically, I played Hades 1 for a time. It was pretty cool, but Hades is a roguelike, and I'm kind of like lukewarm to roguelike games. Same goes for like those card games like Slay the Spire. I know that they have a new version. I think they have Slay the Spire 2. I did try it on Game Pass. Another reason why I love Game Pass, because it allowed me to try the game out. And it wasn't bad, but it's not something I would go and buy, if that makes sense. Like I would play it on Game Pass, but it's not a game that I would like, okay, I'm going to commit and spend money on it. Especially when I'm working with limited funds. Now, if I had money to burn, then yeah, I'd buy every fucking thing. But like for instance, my money right now, the games 100% I'm definitely going to buy is Lords of the Fallen 2. That's an automatic purchase for me. The Diablo expansion, because I've been playing Diablo 4 for like the last fucking week or so, well, 2 weeks now. I do have interest in Crimson Desert, but right now it's kind of tough because if I go and spend money for the expansion for Diablo 4, it's like then I got New York, you got to deal with bills and shit like that, so my money is kind of limited. But it is something I do have interest in Crimson Desert, and a lot of the other games I can just play it on Game Pass. Because I still want to get through. I want to try Kingdom Come Deliverance. That's a massive game. It's like there's so much that I want to play, and there's so little time. I mean, shit. I still want to play fucking Mass Effect again. It's been years since I played Mass Effect, and I've never even played. It's funny. I have the Andromeda collection, but I've never really played through it, so I have not experienced all of the new enhancements and shit like that, because I literally bought the game and I put it in my my little game box, and I just kind of like when you have a huge backlog of games, that's me. There's games I haven't even fucking played, I haven't touched, and but I definitely aim to get to them. That's the reason why, like, I was like trying to build up my Twitch numbers and be like, oh, maybe you can hit me up on Twitch. And then even that, because between other things I have going on in my personal life and the personal training thing, because now the weather is starting to get warmer. I'm building up my clientele list for that, for the personal training thing. So my time it's getting a little bit dicey when it comes to how much I want to invest in a particular game, because you only have 24 hours in a day. So and that's why making videos in a certain way, it does take time. And since I'm more so going away from Tekken, I know that the videos I'm making, I do believe they're good videos, but because of how I understand the YouTube algorithm works, the YouTube system is used to me pushing out Tekken content, and many of my subscribers, they're like, they're used to that. Some, thankfully, are kind of like, all right, they actually do other shit than just play Tekken, thank God. But I do have those that all they want to do is do Tekken, and either they've unsubscribed from me or they just don't interact with any of my other content. So that makes pushing out new shit a little bit more difficult. So that's why, from my point of view, I could go in and do all the edits and, you know, add in B-roll and all that shit. And now that video is now a 4-hour, maybe a 3-hour video in terms of me putting forth the work. And then when I hit upload, it's like 50 views. And I'm like, I might as well just fucking just record it and upload it and save myself the other 3 hours that I could have done for something else. So that's the dilemma that a lot of smaller creators go through, especially when they're pivoting from something that is as large as Tekken. So that's the situation. Like, for instance, if I were to start doing Guilty Gear videos, which I'm contemplating doing, in Virtua Fighter, those videos would appeal to a very small percentage of my subscriber base. And the only thing I could hope for is that over the course of time, I would draw in new people that would be like, hey, like this guy, what's his name? The Justin guy. Like, he says, hey, he found me because of the Guilty Gear thing. Well, I would be hoping that, well, hopefully this Justin fellow, he actually likes more than just Guilty Gear, because you have some people that all they like is one fucking game. And if you do anything else but that one game, they're out. And that's the thing that's tricky when it comes to, you know, trying to do different things. It's tough. It's tough. You know what I'm saying? It is tough. But, you know, you do the best you can. And there are ways around it. You know, for instance, like, let's say, in my mind, before season 3 of Tekken happened, I remember, this is before we realized that Tekken 8 season 3 was going to be the shit show that it ended up being. I was thinking toward the end of season 2, I did say this, I'm going to do a few suffering streams, because that's what that, you know, Justin, that's what I used to call my anytime I stream Tekken, I literally called it a suffering stream. So that just goes to show what I was going through. And I had poor Jules was trying to talk me out of, and Great Skies as well to a degree, trying to talk me out of not, you know, stressing myself out about the fucking game. And I had another guy, Crypto God, and he would always say, like, hey, if you don't like the game, then why are you playing it? You know, and then he it just made sense, you know. So yeah. I literally, yeah. It's like when you're playing something and you know it's going to get clicks and views, it's like, if you really hate it, is the attention really worth it? And I had to really, I had to ask myself that question. It's like, if you do anything in life, it's like if you're in a bad relationship, you know what I'm saying? If you're, maybe if you're, you know, if you're a guy and you're with a girl, or if you're a girl and you're with a bad guy and the shit ain't working, but you're still in the relationship because you're thinking maybe it'll change or whatever, but it's still a toxic relationship. And at some point in time, you have to fucking be like, look, you gotta or maybe you just need a break. Maybe you need a long break. Maybe you guys see different people, and then maybe if you end up coming back, but something has to happen, and that's what happened with me and Tekken. It was like literally a fucking breakup. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You really can't see the future, for real. Oh, you haven't played Andromeda? Andromeda, yo, on a game standpoint, Mass Effect Andromeda. You know the funny thing about that game, and this is for people that's even played Mass Effect. Like, some people never even played the game. But what I can tell you is, when Mass Effect Andromeda first came out, it was an absolute shit show. for instance, back in the day with Dead or Alive 6, they had the term called core values. And then now they have the thing for Tekken 8 where they called it back to basics. Basically, it was an ongoing meme. Well, Jules, what I would like for you to do, your gamer homework, is go on YouTube, look up Mass Effect Andromeda, and look at some old videos with the phrase, "My face is tired." You will laugh your fucking ass off. That Mass Effect Andromeda could be summed up, "My face is tired." Because you have a very good development studio in BioWare where they developed a highly anticipated game, right? The success of Mass Effect, the trilogy, and they come out with Andromeda, and when the game was released, it was a buggy, soulless, lifeless mess. And I think even to this day, because you know sometimes they enhance games and they make them like 60 frames per second. I don't know if they enhance Mass Effect Andromeda. I don't know. It's been a while. I own the game, but I don't know if they. Well, I mean, I'm sure on PC it runs at fucking 1,000 frames per second, but on console, I don't know if they. I can't remember or not. But they did fix Andromeda. They did have several updates to the game, so I can say it's in a better state than what it was when it launched. However, I will say overall it did not have the controversy and the outright hatred that Dragon Age the Veilguard has. So Mass Effect Andromeda, they did try some new things. It's a brother sister game where your main characters, it's like a brother sister type deal. You do go to a couple of different planets. It's like everything you come to expect, but many people didn't like the main villain. They felt that it was kind of, I mean, it's up to, it's their opinion, but they felt that, I would just say, just try it. I don't want to spoil it, but overall, everybody that has played Mass Effect will say that the original trilogy, that's where it's at. So if you never play Andromeda, you're not really missing anything. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, so but getting back to the whole point with Hades, I know I've kind of late on that. But yeah, roguelikes, they're interesting. I did buy one not that long ago. It was called it was like the Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Splintered Fate. That's a roguelike, and I enjoy that. It's a pretty cool game. But Hades was very, very popular, so I'll try Hades too. I'll see what that's all about. And but yeah, let me see what else you guys are saying. Baldur's Gate is a completely different game than Mass Effect, not just in tone, but they're totally different games. Mass Effect is an adventure with RPG elements set in outer space in the future, and Baldur's Gate is a CRPG. Combat is not in real time. You have a set amount of action points per character, and once all of your characters are done doing their thing, then it's that's when the enemies do their thing, and it goes back and forth. So those are what you call CRPGs. One of the more famous and more popular ones is called XCOM. XCOM is a very good CRPG, but it did have some bugs and glitches. But overall, a lot of people look on that as a very strong title. And then you have games like Divinity Original Sin. That's a CRPG. You have a game called Wasteland 3 or Wasteland in general. Those are good CRPGs as well. They have a great story. And if you like games that have meaningful choices where if you pick this side versus the other, there are meaningful consequences in those games. And so if you like games with consequences, Wasteland, I think Baldur's Gate, XCOM, those games have, they definitely have consequences. A lot of the new age RPGs, they typically don't have you'll be given a choice, but it's like whether you choose A or B, it's like the situation will go as it was going to go. So and I think that's an argument that an issue that people have with some of the more latest Bethesda games, where it's like back in the day, like early on, Bethesda games used to have choices that you would have to make as the gamer that would have either very immediate or future consequences that will take hold later on in the story. And that was one of the things that I loved about Witcher 3. And that's one of the reasons why that game is held in such a high regard, because many of those quests, even the side quests, had actual consequences. And some of them were small, some of them were major, some of them were more immediate, and others were more like, happen later on in the game. And then once you get to you might have forgotten what you had done, and then you might come across a new quest that will remind you of a choice you made in a quest you did maybe 10 or 20 hours before, and you're like, what the fuck? And and so unfortunately, and this goes back to the question I think Justin had, or one of you guys, I forgot. Well, if it was Justin, I'm not too sure, where you said, well, why are they making games easier? That's another thing they did with modern gaming, is that they're removing a lot of the consequences and this has nothing to do with fighting games. This is more of like a single player affair. They're taking away a lot of the consequences from the player choice in story-driven games, because I think they just want the player to not feel like they're missing out. And that was one of the things I didn't like about Mass Effect Andromeda. And I can at least say this because this is not a spoiler. But in Mass Effect, the original game, it was very difficult to get every single, like you couldn't just do everything in Mass Effect. You had character classes. You could either be an adept, which was like you're using like force-like powers. You could be an infiltrator. You could be a fucking sentinel. You could be a soldier. And in Mass Effect, for instance, if you're a soldier class, you have access to every weapon in the game, but you cannot use any of the Mass Effect style powers. If you choose to be an adept in Mass Effect, you can only really use handguns, but you have total control of like the force-like powers. But in Mass Effect Andromeda, they made it to where you can pretty much do everything. And I wasn't really a fan of that, because for me, it kind of like, I'm not a fan of that. I like to have consequences. I like to be forced to, I'm going to make these choices and this is where it's going to be. Now, in a game like, say, Diablo, which is more of an action RPG where the story is more linear, I like that you're able to respec your character because maybe you want to try something different. I do like that. But when it comes to more narrative driven games where you have you have narrative choices in the main quests and in the side quests, I prefer to have consequences. I don't like to be like, for instance, if I'm working with one particular faction and one of the missions has me doing something like for instance, that was one of the criticisms of Starfield, where in Starfield, you can pretty much work with any of the factions. So for instance, if you're part of the United Colonies, this is Starfield, for instance, the United Colonies is more like they do good related things. They do like they defending people and stuff like that. And they're hunting the Crimson Fleet, which is sort of like, you know, kind of like the bad guys. Well, you can join the United Colonies and you can join the Crimson Fleet. And because you're part of both teams, there's going to be missions where you're going to have to go against the United Colonies. And then you take a mission going, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's not even realistic. But that's what Bethesda allows you to do now. They allow you to just do everything. And some people like that. I personally am not a fan of that. So what I end up doing, I have to make a conscious decision where if I'm choosing to work as a particular faction, I make the decision to not take on any other faction quests on that particular playthrough. So it's almost like I have to make my own immersion. I have to do it myself. And that's the thing that I liked about Mass Effect, was because in Mass Effect, you know, even with the Xbox achievement, in Mass Effect 1, you had the long-term service achievement where you would play through the game under one save file 2 different times. So I remember that my first playthrough, I was an infiltrator. So that was basically, you had access to handguns and sniper rifles. And then my second playthrough, I played as an adept. So imagine my surprise when I go and play Mass Effect Andromeda, and I'm like, so I can max out everything in one playthrough? Like, I'm not a fan of that. So when I played Mass Effect and Andromeda, I played more like an adept. Like, I just focused more on the powers, and I stuck with handguns. Even though I could use sniper rifles and shotguns, I purposely, every time I got them, I just sold them off. And that's how, because I'm very much in immersion. Like, I guess you could say I like to role play. And so, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit corny, but that's how I like to play my role-playing games. You know, with that long-ass diatribe, you know? But yeah, I do enjoy that you do have that option. But I've always been somebody that, you know, like, for instance, if like that's one of the things I liked about Diablo, for instance, Diablo 4 and whatever. Like right now, in Diablo 4, I'm a max level barbarian, which max level in Diablo 4 is level 60. And I have I think a paragon level of like 63 or something. I like that as a barbarian, I'm limited to fucking swords, maces, battle axes. But imagine if they just allowed you to use magic like you're a fucking sorcerer. I'm not a fan of that. So I like that in Diablo, you can, you know, if you want to be like a fucking, if you want to act like you're Gandalf, you can become a sorcerer. You can play through the game as that. If you want to be a necromancer, you can play through the game like that. And I think that is the big appeal for me with Diablo, And that's what kind of has me hooked, because while the story of Diablo 4 is linear, like you're not really making a lot of different choices, but I like that you are able to build out your character how you want. Like even for instance, as a barbarian, you know, for those that are even aware of Diablo, for instance, like you can dual wield, right? You can wield two weapons, or you can have a two-handed sword or a two-handed bludgeoning weapon like a mace or a hammer. Well, I've been playing the game solely using a double-handed sword, living out my own little Conan the fucking barbarian fantasy, if you will. And so as I get like battle axes and pole arms and other regular swords, I just sell them off. And you have abilities that you can use that are more in line with using a like a giant mallet or a giant mace. I avoid those skills. I don't have to. I can do whatever, because one of the perks of a barbarian in Diablo 4 is that you can wield every fucking weapon, and they have like different passives and abilities for that. But I choose to play the game that way, and I like that I have that option. Same thing like if you're like a sorcerer, if you're playing a sorcerer in Diablo, if you want to focus 100% on lightning and you want to live out your little Star Wars Emperor Palpatine fantasy, you can do that. If you want to act like you're fucking Gandalf or something or whatever, you can do that. And I love that you can do that. Same thing if you're using a rogue. If you're using a rogue, you can do the bow and arrow thing, right? Or maybe you don't like a bow and arrow. Maybe you like just the run around with daggers and shit and act like you're from like Assassin's Creed. You can do that too. So that's the main reason why I've fallen in love with Diablo. And yes, I know that, you know, you have Path of Exile and other games, but I've connected more with Diablo because, one, I bought the game at launch, and I love the story. I love the demons and the angels and the eternal conflict. I think it has a fucking phenomenal story. I think the lore of Diablo is amazing. I know some people that are in that community, they'll bitch and complain from, you know, maybe they don't like this in one season. Maybe they didn't like season 6. Maybe they didn't like season 8. You're going to have that. But for me, I've been enjoying the game, and I love the player choice. And I think it's something that if you're not really into like Diablo type games, I think it's worth trying out, because you can literally live out like kind of like that little fantasy where shit, if you want to just smite a bunch of demons just using fucking hellfire, you can do that. If you want to freeze everybody, you can do that too. So I like that ability to do that, you know? So, but yeah, you know, RPG, I love role playing in that sense, you know, but I understand, you know, I understand that some people, they may want that choice, you know, where they want to have an unlock everything in one playthrough. I get it. But for me personally, you're not going to see me do that. You know, if I started the game one way, I'm probably going to do it a different way in a different playthrough. That's what I'm going to do. But yeah. Yeah, I did play Dante's Inferno. And oh, what's up, Green Echo Space? I just saw you. Oh, you have a question. You played Tekken since 3 to 5. The complete Tekken situation was up in the. So when it comes to Virtua Fighter, good question. So when it comes to deciding what to do if you are a Tekken player and you've never really played any other fighting game, you know, it's like you know, almost the same thing. Like if you're, for instance, if you've been a Final Fantasy player, like say like an RPG, if all you've ever done was play Final Fantasy, there are other games in the genre like Dragon Quest and other RPGs that you can play, but it just, the mechanics may be different, the story will definitely be different. So I would say Virtua Fighter is worth, I'd say Virtua Fighter is worth it, especially given the fact that the current game right now is only $20 fucking dollars. It's only $20. It's a game that is, like, it would be much easier. Man, if I was in my room right now, I could probably put Virtua Fighter on, but Virtua Fighter, it's a completely different way of playing. Virtua Fighter is like, how can I put this? Yeah. So, okay. A lot of moves in Virtua Fighter tend to be safe. Like, there are moves in Virtua Fighter where I would do them, and I'm like, how in the fuck am I not punishable? Now, they do have punishable moves in Virtua Fighter, but a lot of them that you would think, like, for instance, like, I've been using Lion for a while, right? So if I were to use Lion, so forward punch with forward one with Lion, he literally lunges across the screen with a punch. I would figure something like that would be unsafe, or at the very least, he wouldn't be able to do an action after that, but he is. So a lot of times what I see with Virtua Fighter, people, they will throw a move out, you will block it, and then what comes next is where the game really opens up, because in Virtua Fighter, sidesteps work very well, and that's why if I had the game on right now, I could show it back. I could show it better. I can tell it. I would just say Virtua Fighter 5 Revo. It's only $20. I would highly suggest you try it out. It's not gonna kill the bank. It's well worth it. The story of Virtua Fighter is not as great as Tekken, but in terms of the characters and what they're able to do, I feel like they're better fleshed out than Tekken characters. Tekken characters have a lot of moves, but I like how I like that there just isn't a lot of bullshit in Virtua Fighter, like when compared to Tekken 8. You know, I think the only thing that is annoying with Virtua Fighter, if you can call it that, is like you might get wrung out. There are stages that don't have no barriers, and there are characters that are very good at doing that. But of course, when you're just starting out, you're just learning the game. Virtua Fighter is one of my favorite franchises, but I think it's worth trying. In my opinion, I think it's worth trying 100%. I mean, there's a lot that I can say about it, but it's because I literally wasn't thinking about talking about Virtua Fighter right now, but trying to answer your question with me not having Virtua Fighter on to demonstrate right now, it's a little bit tough for me right now. But the fact that it's only $20, I think it's worth a try. But I will say that I feel it's more advanced than Tekken, and I feel like a lot of times if I lose to somebody in Virtua Fighter, I don't have that same feeling where I feel like I got screwed over. If I lose to somebody in Virtua Fighter, I feel like a lot of times they're probably just better than me. In Tekken, there's so much bullshit in that game where I just feel like I'm more cheated than anything else. And that's another thing that that I just don't like about current Tekken. Current Tekken, there's just too many things that's handed to the player, and I feel like this really dilutes the game. But that's just my take. Let me see. Let's see, free play. But yeah, oh yeah, to get to what Hidden One said, yeah, I definitely played Dante's Inferno. I love the game. It's basically a God of War clone, but it's not a bad game. Let me see. Justin, you think linear story can do well? Wait, and multi-choice story, but linear story you can't undo stuff, and sometimes I think it, you know, sometimes I think it just really depends. You know, I think both can be done well, both can suck. You know, I think it also depends on the developer. Some developers, you know, they're just good at telling, like for instance, Diablo, I feel that in Diablo, they tell a solid linear from beginning to end story. There's not a lot of choices, deviation from that path that you're on for the main story. Whereas like a game like Witcher, there is, you know, a game like Wasteland, there is choices. A game like XCOM, there's different decisions. So it depends on it depends on the developer. It also depends on you as the gamer, because some of you guys might prefer a more straightforward story, like a God of War, for instance. God of War is an on the rails. You're going from point A to point B to point C, and then what is making God of War is the setting, building of the weapons, like in terms of like building your powers. But at the end of the day, when it comes time to move the story forward, it's basically going in that one linear path, no matter what you do. So some people prefer that, you know, some people prefer both, you know, so that's kind of like what that comes down to. I hope I'm not too far behind on these messages. You guys are pretty talkative here. That's pretty cool. And I like when you guys seemingly like get to know each other in the chat. So I don't feel like I don't feel like I'm like, if I miss a few of you guys kind of, you know, find out that some of you guys got things in common and shit, and have that moment of, did we just become best friends? You know, one of those moments. Let me see. Yeah, Dead or Alive is like I mentioned to the other gentleman, I said that, you know, Virtua Fighter is well worth it because it's $20. Unfortunately, with the upcoming Dead or Alive game, which I've made I think about 4 or 5 videos on right now, to me it's basically a fucking cash grab, and I've said that many times, because for $40 for you to buy the upcoming Dead or Alive last round, it's basically you playing the 2019 game, and whatever little additives they're going to add to the game, with them not even having rollback netcode or crossplay. Why am I spending $40 for this? And this is where I draw the comparisons between Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, that does have rollback netcode, that does have crossplay, that does have a better value proposition, all for $20 fucking dollars, whereas Dead or Alive, what I call 6.1, is basically a 2019 game that Team Ninja just completely abandoned 1 year after it fucking released. And that's why I bring it back to I think it was Justin, the Guilty Gear guy, where I said, like, you know, regardless of the issues of Guilty Gear, you got to give the Guilty Gear developers credit that they at least stuck with their game. Whereas Team Ninja, they basically just said, fuck the Dead or Alive community. And I think that, you know, I think that's really fucked up. And to see them coming out with a game that they abandoned, and they have the nerve to charge $40 fucking for it. Like that's something that really burns me up, because I may not play your game. And I mean, like, you're like outside of, like, you know, I'm not an avid player of Guilty Gear. I'm not, well, I do play Dead or Alive here and there, but I do want to see communities taken care of, because I guess it's just that I don't know how I can describe it. It's like, just because it doesn't affect me, it doesn't mean that I don't want to see other people that do enjoy it. I want to see those people taken care of, because those same people, they invest their time, they invest their fucking money. They bought the DLC. They're playing the game. They're streaming the game. And, you know, I just think it really is fucked up that the Dead or Alive team, they literally just said, "We out, bitches, deuces," after 1 year of DOA 6. And here they come back 6 years later, basically copy and pasting the same fucking game and calling it Last Round and charging $40 for it. Like, I just think that's fucked up. And even in the last video, I talked about it, and where I was kind of calling on the DOA community. But of course, you know, because I'm a tiny creator, nobody really gave a fuck about the video. But I still felt like making it, because I feel like the Dead or Alive community, I feel like they deserve better. But the problem is if they feel they deserve better. And again, to go back to the whole Guilty Gear situation, this is why, despite whatever issues that franchise may have, I can at least respect those developers for still, after 5 years, they may not get it right, but at least they try. And that's more than I can say about what the Team Ninja did with Dead or Alive. And but it's hard for people to understand that. And I try not to be condescending. I try not to be an asshole about it. But again, if you are the type of person, for instance, if all you do is play Guilty Gear, which there are people out there that's like that, they may be unaware of what has happened on the Dead or Alive front. And so they don't recognize that developers can and have said, "Fuck y'all, we out." And that's why I try to shed some light on that. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm sure Guilty Gear has its issues, just like every other game has their issues. You know what I'm saying? But it's how the developers choose to deal with them. You know what I'm saying? And I just feel like different developers, they have a different connection to their community and some don't have any connection. Some, they, like, for instance, Tekken, I feel the Tekken devs just do what the fuck they want. They don't give two fucks about what the Tekken community has to say, because the Tekken community has been saying they don't like the direction from season 2. And now here we go with season 3, and you make it into a fucking shit show. Sure, they've made a few adjustments, sure. But overall, this is not the direction that the Tekken community wanted. And it becomes like a slap in the face. It's like you're really just ignoring what we are collectively saying. And that's how the Tekken community is right now. Of course, yes, there are going to be always people that's going to be enjoying the product as it is. That's everywhere. Like, you got some people that love Mortal Kombat 1. And then you got people in the community that hate Mortal Kombat 1. You got people that love Guilty Gear Strive. And you got some people that say Guilty Gear Strive is broken. Like, you're going to have that. You're going to always have that divide. But it just, I don't know, man. It's like an ongoing war. And it just feels like no matter what I say about it, it feels like I'm just wasting my carbon dioxide. It's like, you know, maybe if I was like a Maximilian dude or some big ass fucking channel, it might you know, it might have some kind of like wide sweeping, but you know, I'm a very low level channel, so even though what I'm saying is correct, because I know what the fuck I'm talking about, but it's not gonna go anywhere. You know, like you got people in the Tekken community like me, arguably the best Tekken player, period. And even he's finally coming to the realization that Tekken 8 just can't be fixed. But I've been saying like the reasons why the game is it's like I don't know what to do. That's why I'm like, I just throw my hands up. I'm like, bro, I don't know. And then you got the people that literally talk shit about the game, but if you go on their channel, they're literally making a fucking video about it every fucking day. They're streaming the game every day, but yet still they're fucking posting pictures of them getting a new rank online. I'm like, I thought you hate the game, so why are you fucking playing the game? If you hate the game, then stop playing it. Like, I guess that just comes down to integrity. And I guess some people have it, some people don't. And that's what it is, you know? But it is what it is, you know? But yeah, let me see. Loyalty. Yeah, some people are incredibly loyal. I've played like, so to be I was going to say to be honest, but when I look at games like Guilty Gear, I don't, and it's going to sound fucked up, and I apologize in advance. I've always looked at games like Guilty Gear and many other style of games like them, like Blaze Blue and those other games. I never really looked at them as serious fighting games. I'm sorry, but whenever I looked at Street Fighter, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, and Virtua Fighter, if I haven't said that one. I look at those four. I've always considered those to be the four real main games. And not to say that games like BlazBlue and Melty Blood and what's the other one? God, there's like so many of these little I call them like anime style games in a sense. It's not to say that those games don't have skill, but you have to understand I come from an era where I competed in what is globally recognized as what a legitimate fighting game. I mean, it's fucked up as it is. It is what it is. So looking at something like Guilty Gear, it always looked like a side game, you know? But it's looking more and more interesting to me because, and this is going back years. Like I've been competing in Tekken for like 30, I've been playing Tekken for 30 years, but competitively, I competed in Tekken since Tekken 4. So I know Guilty Gear as a franchise has been around for, you know, some time. So with each iteration of the game, I felt like they've been adding more and more new characters, more lore, different mechanics. And I feel like I can take it a little bit more seriously, but I still don't look at it in the same I don't view it on a same level as a Street Fighter, for instance. And I think that's fair. Even though we can say, yeah, they're two different games, but I'm talking about they're both 2D. And I feel like when it comes to global reach, it's just, you know, it is what it is. But I do respect the developers for sticking with the franchise as they have. And then over the time, it's like they've been building Guilty Gear to be, it's much larger than what I remember it being. And so when I look at like games that are outside of the four I mentioned, like Virtua Fighter, Tekken, Street Fighter, Dead or Alive to a degree, you know, it looks like, you know, I respect the effort that those devs have been putting in. Now, I know next to nothing about BlazBlue. It's kind of a weird name, but I've always kind of looked at it as like, oh, it's like kind of like an anime style fighter. That's kind of how, even though it may not be an anime, but that's kind of how, you know, I look at it. It's like kind of like it's not Tekken, it's not Street Fighter. So that's how I've always looked at it. And, you know, and I'll admit, you know, I don't want to say there is a lot of ignorance, because I am very ignorant to Guilty Gear. Well, actually, no, I know some things about Guilty Gear, but I know like nothing about BlazBlue outside of the title of the fucking game. I could not name you one character in BlazBlue. That's just to show that I know nothing about that game. But with Guilty Gear, I was like, okay, it looks, you know, pretty interesting, cool looking characters or whatever. Definitely very much out there when comparison to Street Fighter. Street Fighter feels like more grounded by comparison. But you know, I like that they exist, because people that enjoy those style of games, they have somewhere to go. And I'm all for that. I'm all about giving players that option, that choice, and that level of competition, you know, because, you know, a Guilty Gear person, they could go to Street Fighter. They could go to BlazBlue. They could. However, when I look on the 3D side, where are Tekken players going? Tekken players don't have a new Virtua Fighter. They don't have a new Dead or Alive. So for the Tekken player that wants to stay in that 3D realm, there really isn't that many options. And that's why I feel competition is very key, because competition will keep you on your P's and Q's, because you don't want the competition to one up you. And this is why whenever I talk about like Diablo 4, for instance, it's kind of like at this point, it's kind of hard to not, when you bring up Diablo, there are many people that are going to bring up what? Path of Exile. Well, let's be honest. If it wasn't for Diablo, there would be no fucking Path of Exile. But the fact that Path of Exile exists, and it's pretty significant, it keeps the Diablo team on edge. It keeps them trying to innovate and make the game better. With Tekken, there is no such competition. The developers literally have nothing to worry about. Tekken is not really overtly competing with two-dimensional games. They're really not. So that, and that's something that when I try to explain it, and sometimes I just get tired of explaining, because some gamers, and I don't mean to be an asshole about this, but some gamers, all they care about is just pressing buttons. They don't understand the business side of things. And that's why I love that there's a lot of competition in the 2D space, because you have a King of Fighters, you have a Fatal Fury, you have Street Fighter, you have Mortal Kombat, you have Guilty Gear, you have a BlazBlue. 2D, you have a multitude of options to play, and soon you're going to have Avatar Legends. Soon you're going to have Invincible Versus. What in the fuck does a Tekken player have outside of more Tekken? So hopefully that makes sense. Maybe it doesn't, but you know, I don't know. I need to get me some water because my mouth is as dry as the Mojave Desert. So just give me Uno momento. Oh, boy. Sit my ass down here. Ah. Yeah. Let me see. What did I miss here? 2D fighters are definitely 2D fighters are definitely winning right now, regardless of, I mean, you have so many different options. And I would like to see more 3D based games. Even if I don't like them. Even if they're not my cup of tea, but I would like to see the community have something else. Good question. So yeah, what do I think makes a? So I think I'm not gonna say I have the ultimate answer. Let me see. So, but just curious, what do you think makes a fighting game serious popularity or player base? So I think, like I said, I don't have the end all be all answer, but my particular take, it comes down to a couple of different things. It does come down to player base. It does come down to the design of the game. It does come down to the game mechanics. It does come down to, in terms of what type of sponsors are willing to back the game from a competitive standpoint, especially in today's times. I think the perception of the game also matters, because sometimes you can have people that will look at a game and say, oh, well, this game looks a little too cartoonish. It doesn't look serious, you know, and also nostalgia, you know, like for instance, like it's not a coincidence that Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, they are basically the kings when it comes to the 2D tournament scene, largely, even though Mortal Kombat has fallen off, but Street Fighter still remains, you know, because people have been playing it for so long, they identify with it, and then it's generational. So when you have something that's kind of new, it takes a while to build that equity, unless it's just something like, you know, it just catches lightning in a bottle. But I do think that in today's times, especially with the internet, I do think that every game has the opportunity to be in that position. But I just think that it's hard to really nail one particular thing. I think it is a combination of things. And because even when you look at Tekken, for instance, Tekken 8, you know, by virtue of the majority of the community, there's a lot of people that don't like the direction of Tekken 8. However, Tekken 8 still has a very powerful name, you know, and even though gameplay wise, I will always say that Virtua Fighter is the better overall fighting game experience, but Tekken is still more popular. And then you could probably ask the question, well, why is that? Well, if you look at the characters of Tekken look to be more cool. They have more interesting backstories. The game is easier. Getting to an elite level in Virtua Fighter is more difficult than becoming elite in Tekken. It's always been that way. From the very beginning, and this is back when I had hair on my head, by the way, Tekken they referred to it as a dial-a-combo game. Many people in the Tekken community don't even remember this. It was considered a dial-a-combo game. Literally, that was the terminology that was used from like Tekken 2 and Tekken 3. It was a dial-a-combo game. It was not a game that was, you know, all of this difficulty that Tekken players want to. It was Tekken was never this overtly difficult game. It never really was. People want to think of it that way, and they'll use the argument, well, the characters have so many different moves. First of all, most players who play Tekken, they are not using every single move that their character can do. That's just what it is. And also, the possibility of winning in Tekken at a higher level is a little bit more manageable than Virtua Fighter. And I think that's hard for some Tekken players to understand, because many Tekken players, and I said this earlier about Guilty Gear as well, where some people in their community, they have blinders on. All they see is like one game. That's it. I see, well, mostly everything, especially all the major games. I've seen high level, and I've played high level Mortal Kombat. I've known the majority of high level Street Fighter players. I mean, I've lived with many of them, you know what I'm saying, back in the past, you know, when we all, you know, was, you know, under the Empire Arcadia thing. But hey, that's a different story. But I was around like the Jago, Dominion, Sanford Kelly, IFC Ives, Justin Wong. I'm in that. I've been around all those players, so I know high level Street Fighter. I've lived it. I know high level Tekken because shit, I've even played JDCR in tournament. And I also know Virtua Fighter. I know some of the top Virtua Fighter players in the United States. Denkai and Rodney, for instance. Very, very good guys. I can tell you, when I played JDCR in fucking tournament, and this was Tekken Tag 2, and I got rounds off of him. I got 2 rounds off of him. And they were convincing rounds, by the way. One of my little highlights in competition, because at that time, I can tell you that tournament, JDCR won that tournament, and I think only 3 people took rounds off of him that whole tournament. It was myself, Grimy Grizzly, and I think Fab took a few rounds off of him in that particular tournament. And when I would play people like Denkai and Rodney and Virtua Fighter, they would absolutely destroy me. And this isn't because, oh, I just don't know how to play Virtua Fighter. I know how to play Virtua Fighter. It's just that the skill, when somebody is better than you in Virtua Fighter, you are going to get fucking destroyed. You can play somebody in Tekken that is better than you, and if you just have a good flip of the coin, shit can happen. You can literally random somebody out a lot easier in Tekken than you can in Virtua Fighter. And that is, take that however way you wish. And I've seen it, I've experienced it. You know, I've played high level Tekken players. I've been there. And it's a different world. Totally different world. There were times where I remember, and I think at the time I was like Kage, I was using Kage, I used Go, and I literally just couldn't do anything. Like, it was like they were just toying with me. But in Tekken, because of the nature of how the game operates, you can get yourself a random haymaker launch. You can probably gimmick somebody out with, you know, maybe they happen to mash while you're doing a rage art. Like, you have shit like that. In Virtua Fighter, if you're not good, it's gonna show. And it's gonna show greatly. I've played people in Tekken and I've lost to people in Tekken that are absolute shit. But because they're using a fucking god tier character that is basically carrying them 1,000,000,000%, that player is made more difficult to get by because of outside things. With Virtua Fighter, it's not quite like that to that degree. But if all you ever do is play Tekken, you're not going to know that. And that's just, you know, that's why they'll say, oh, Tekken is a hard game. I'm not saying it's not I'm not saying it's a super easy game, but it's nowhere near as difficult as Virtua Fighter, especially at the highest levels. I mean, it's just a completely different, it truly is a different animal. It's a completely different animal. And once I remember when I think it was Virtua Fighter 4 Evo, VF4 Evo, and I started getting more and more into Virtua Fighter, and I went to a few tournaments, not to play but just to observe, and I was looking at some of those matches, and I'm like, what the fuck? Like, totally different. Like, it's just, I can't even, I'm repeating myself, but it is such a vastly different thing. Completely different. Like, and the thing is, what I also say about Dead or Alive, now that King Raven, he brought that up. Back when I was competing, and I've said this a few times, but I'll say it again just for the sake of mentioning it. When I was competing in Tekken, like during Tekken 4, Tekken 5, we tend to oftentimes look down on the DOA games and the DOA community. And it wasn't until I learned the game and I had a few people help me out and help me to understand the strike, the hold, and the grab. That's kind of like the holy trinity when it comes to Dead or Alive, for those that don't know. Holds beat strikes, grabs beat holds, and so on, right? So because up until that point, it just looked like a bunch of people just countering all day. I mean, that's what it looked like. But I found myself actually enjoying DOA more than Tekken. Because the thing that I've come to realize, especially when I started to apply myself with Dead or Alive, and this is going, I would say, around Dead or Alive 4. I didn't really take Dead or Alive really seriously until DOA 6. And that's the reason why I bought that game at launch. And then to my surprise, the fucking developers just abandoned the game. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But when I was kind of like, you know, looking at Dead or Alive 2 back, because I did, in fact, I did buy that game because it was on Xbox at the time. I bought, but I didn't really play it that often. Because I was playing other shit or whatever. And then you had Dead or Alive 3, which I really loved how Jan Lee looked in that game. He had a really cool stance. He was like moving all the way. He was moving around. He really personified Bruce Lee, in my opinion. And then Dead or Alive 4, you know, the graphics look really nice. I like the Elliot character. He kind of reminded me like Gohan in a way. And then so I had a few people that were showing me the ropes with Dead or Alive. And I was like, wow, so there's a pretty good game. There's a good game here. And, you know, like for instance, if you do say punch, punch, kick right? With in Dead or Alive, let me try to put it this way. Let's say if you're using Kasumi and you would do like, I don't know, like punch, punch, kick, or punch, punch, down, kick. She would have like a jab, jab, and a low. Well, in that game, you can block the punches, and if you know that the low is coming, you could just hold it. But if you're like, for instance, if you know that's going to happen, you could just do punch, punch, and don't press anything, and the opponent is going to go and try to hold low, and then you do a different move, and it's going to count as a counter of sorts or a grab, and it's going to do more damage because when you grab or something while an opponent is holding in Dead or Alive, it does more damage. So there's like this oscillating like mix between, or should I say within the mechanics themselves, that I found very, very interesting. So it kind of forces you, especially at a higher level, to recognize character strings, because everybody has preferred strings in Dead or Alive. You know, whether you're playing Ryu, Kasumi, Ayane, and a lot of times, if you know how a string is going to end, you can try to, you know, hold that. And then the mind game would be like, okay, well, am I going to finish my string and bait you to hold and to go for a grab? You know, like it becomes very interesting. And I think that people who focus on Tekken, what I used to do, if you never give Dead or Alive a chance, you're going to be missing out on a pretty interesting game. And that's where I started giving more games a chance, because back then all I really played for the most part was Tekken. I played Street Fighter here and there. I played Mortal Kombat off and on. I did a couple of Mortal Kombat 9 tournaments. But once I started trying out Dead or Alive, that's when I started trying out other games. Like, for instance, when Guilty Gear Strive, for a time, it came to Game Pass. I tried that, downloaded it. It was, I mean, I don't know when it was. It was definitely last year when it was in Game Pass. So I don't know what fucking season it was in at that time. But the thing I remembered was this, the mechanic of a Roman cancel. That's what I remembered. And there were different versions of it. You know, there was like, I think there were like different colors, and they did different things. It was very, very interesting. In hindsight, I kind of wish I stuck with it. But I ended up I was playing so many different games at the time. I think because it wasn't in Game Pass for very long. It wasn't. Some games are in Game Pass for a while. Guilty Gear Strive was in Game Pass for a very short period of time. But you know, with them having that 2.0 update, I think it's coming in a few days, if I'm not mistaken. It's looking more interesting. And since I'm really not fucking with Tekken at all anymore, and I'm even contemplating, like, well, just to finish the sentence, I'm thinking of really giving Guilty Gear a chance. I do own Street Fighter 6. I have not played Street Fighter 6, for instance, since Bison was first released. So that goes to show you when was the last time I played Street Fighter 6. And also they have the beta for the Invincible Versus game. So between Invincible Versus, Street Fighter 6, Guilty Gear, and maybe even Virtua Fighter 5 Revo, I could see myself probably trying and maybe dedicating a portion of maybe some streams to each of those games. And just, you know, for instance, Virtua Fighter and Street Fighter 6, I'm much more experienced in. But in Invincible Versus and Guilty Gear would be more like, okay, I'm like a casual scrub admit it because, you know, I'm no shame in that. Everybody was a scrub at some point. And I'm like, I'm learning the game from scratch. And I feel like that type of content, you know, is of interest to some people. Because it's easy to watch, like, oh, okay, like somebody who's like a master of the fucking game. You know, you see it all the time. But kind of seeing somebody's development and how they're like going through like learning a character, maybe going through a few rank matches. And I think that's pretty, at least I would find that interesting. So I'm contemplating doing that because I can tell you right now, I will be damned if I fucking reinstall Tekken 8. I will be fucking damned. I will, to be fair and to be honest, I'll see what happens for season 4. I'll see if what happens, but for this season 3, that's a bust. That's done. So yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah, I don't mind the I don't mind backseat gaming because that's really what it would be. Now, backseat gaming when it comes to role-playing games, fuck no. I don't want no surprises. I don't want no spoilers, you know, unless I say it's a game I beat before. But when it comes to fighting games, I wouldn't mind having some assistance. But also I am a guy that likes to figure shit out for myself. Like, for instance, that's what I did with Virtua Fighter. Like, because in Virtua Fighter, my main characters were Kage and Go. Those were my main characters. So when I decided to kind of try out Lion, I pretty much learned that character on my own. You know, I didn't go and looked at, oh, well, who is the top Lion player in I don't want to do that because to me it's like I want to figure shit out for myself and I want to make my own style. But with a game like Guilty Gear, it's so fucking different. It's so, I mean, you know, it's such a wildly different game than what I'm used to playing. So yeah, a little, you know, like, oh, you know, try this. I don't mind that. You know, I want to be, you know, like overtly against that. Then it would be like, okay, well, what character would I like to use? I think there's a character named Chip in that game, I believe. It's like the little ninja with the fucking sword, I think. I remember a long time ago. Because I mean, like I said, I've played Guilty Gear before, but it was a different Guilty Gear. It wasn't Strive. It was like, this was years ago. I played another Guilty Gear. I remember there was a character that had a pool. He he shoot pool and he could make things appear on the screen or some shit like that. I remember that. I think it was called Venom. I think that was his name. And I liked that the character had a complexity to him. At least that's what it looked like to me. But I've always known a Soul bad guy because that's kind of been I think he's been more of like kind of like a marquee like character, like that, you know, it's kind of like Heihachi for Tekken, you know. But yeah, but I mean, we'll see, you know. We'll see about that, you know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like yeah, Guilty Gear. Like the thing is, I really, the game looks amazing. You know, the game looks great. Especially my time when I tried Strive and Game Pass, it played well. I didn't have no performance issues. You know, the game didn't crash on me or nothing like that. The music was pretty cool. And I think it's a game that has a lot of characters too. I know several are DLC. Like for instance, there's this character. I mean, she does look kind of nice. I watched a few videos. It's the samurai chick. They be like fawning over her. Baiko, the samurai. I think she has one arm. She has like these, you know. She's endowed up top, but she looks cool as fuck. You know what I'm saying? She looks cool as hell. You know, because I don't know. Like, I think Chip is like the ninjutsu style character, and I think she's a Biken. Yeah, there you go. Oh, look at that. You main her. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I like the way she looks. The other guy, he has like a sword, and he kind of stands like his body is to the screen. I think he's like I don't know if he's a new character, but he has like it's kind of like I don't know if it's like a rapier. It's not a big sword. Fuck, I forgot I don't know what his name is. I know when he does like a projectile, it's like electricity or some shit like that. I know he's blonde, and I guess he's a main character, I think. You know, I've seen him quite a bit. But I definitely know the Soul bad guy. I think he's like a main yeah, that guy. Yes, that character. But yeah, there's so many characters in that game that are like, if you're coming from Tekken or Street Fighter, you're gonna be like, what in the fuck is this? It just looks so over the top. So it definitely is. It's interesting. It is interesting, you know. So I'm definitely willing to try the game. Like I said, it's like, I think it's like $20 right now on sale. I don't know how long the sale is going to go for. I have to check that out. But I did find out, because I was kind of curious, and I typed in the question that the upcoming 2.0 update, that's their season 5. And I was curious that, well, do you need to buy that season 5 to get the update? And I was glad that the update mechanically is free. It's just that I guess the characters that might be included, that's what you're paying for. So I'm glad of that. Yeah, so I'm glad of that one. Let me see. The main rival, him is the Shoto of the game. Oh yeah, okay. So the Keese guy is kind of like a. So okay, so is the guy Keese? Well, I don't know how you pronounce the shit. I'll just call him K. So is K and Soul bad guy? Are they like the main characters in that fucking game? Like, are they like the Ken and Ryu of the game? Like, that's what I'm wondering. Because, you know, every game has, like, you know, you got Heihachi and Kazuya, you got Scorpion and Sub-Zero, you got fucking Ken and Ryu, you know what I'm saying? So I'm wondering, oh, okay, cool. I was kind of wondering that, actually. I can tell you, like, me, I'm not a fan of grapplers, so I'm not really a grappler guy. I like characters that have a bit of rush down, that has like a move or two that's plus frames on block, so you can do some shit after. Now there was a character that caught my attention, was a big guy that has a big ass sword. I think he's a vampire, but he has a long ass name too. But he looks pretty cool. I don't know if he sucks, but he's a big body character. He has a big ass sword. I do know he's a vampire. I do know that. So he looked pretty interesting. And there's the Biken character. I did like her. And there's just a lot of characters in it that just are really wacky looking, but you know, you wouldn't think that they're like worth anything there, but they're probably top tier for all I know, you know. But oh yeah, and I forgot there's this other game that I've been playing, and it's free to play. It's the what's his name? Wait, Nagoriyuki? What the fuck? Wait, I know I'm butchering this. Nagoriyuki. God damn. They couldn't call that character something else? The fuck? That is crazy. Nago. Okay, because I'm like, bro, that's a tongue twister as far as I'm concerned. I'm like Nagurayuk. Yeah, I'll butcher the fuck out of that name. But yeah, he looks interesting. But yeah, you know, there's another game that I'm looking at right now. And we all have access to it. It's a free game. It's a 2XKO. And I've been and the reason why I'm looking at that is because they did have a recent announcement of this character that I liked. And now, mind you, like let me put it this way. What little I know about Guilty Gear, I know even less about League of Legends. So I did not know that 2XKO is based off of League of Legends. I had no fucking idea. Don't ask me. I don't know jack shit about that game. But the samurai character, he looked really cool. I love his design. His name was right off the top of my tongue, but I completely forgot what his fucking name is. But I think he has an amazing design. God, I can't fucking remember his name. Yasuo. Yes, him. Yes. He looks, that is one of the best character designs I've seen in a long time. So when I saw, obviously, the samurai, I'm like, okay, well, where's the ninja? So I'm like, okay. So I go online, like everybody else, like everybody does. Type in, okay, League of Legends. Let me see what this game's all about. So then I'm like, holy fuck, they got mad characters in that shit. So then I find this ninja girl. I think it's Akali or whatever. I was like, okay. The minute I seen her, and this was like, now I'll tell you, this was like about a month or two ago. I was like, look, they gotta put her in this game. And what do you know? Now she's I think she's gonna be available April 7th. And when I saw the character trailer for her, I was like, shut up and take my money. You know, like I think she looks really good. I liked her move set. She has like kind of like a kusuragami, basically a sickle with a chain, but it's two sickles combined with a chain. It's very interesting. And apparently she has, I guess she has some connection with Yasuo. So that's pretty interesting. And that does make sense. But I'm glad that exists. And I thought it was a really good character reveal. You know, I thought it was, you know. And, you know, I understand that, you know, some people have issues with the game. But I think the game is pretty fun. You know, I accept the game for what it is. You know, it's a free-to-play game. You know, they got to make their money off microtransactions. I understand that. I get that. Unfortunately, I think the people that make 2XKO, that model doesn't really lend itself well to the fighting game community. You know, that usually works with like hero shooters like Valorant, Apex Legends. And so I think that's largely why 2XKO is kind of struggling to find its footing, because the graphical design of 2XKO, it looks very impressive. It looks very impressive. You know, but I think the grind of like the pay to play, you know, the microtransaction, I think that's rubbing some of the fighting game community away from the game. And then you hearing that they laid off a good amount of their development studio, so that doesn't help matters either. Because I can tell you that when you have a free to play game, the audience of that game, when they're invested in a free to play game, if those people are seeing that the development studio or the development team is being heavily laid off, that's not a good sign. And it's like that audience is going to be like, well, why should we invest our time in a game that may or may not even be around when I can utilize my time for something else? And I think that's one of the main struggles that the game has. And also 2XKO, it's like, I feel like it's on the edge of, it's very casual, but then it does have some advanced elements. So it's kind of like, I don't know if it's finding that the balance they need, because I think, you know, when you do specials, it's like the press of a button. There's no real motions involved. So I don't know. I mean, I hope the game continues. I know I'm going to try out the Akali character. I'm going to try that, but I guess we'll see, you know. We'll see. It's in a totally different. I sometimes wonder if 2XKO, if it was simply a game that, you know, if it was like a $30 game or something like that, would it have been better? Because, for instance, that upcoming Avatar game, I don't know if you guys, I'm assuming you guys heard. I believe that game comes out sometime in June or July. It's Avatar Legends. It's a fighting game. That game is going to be $30. It does have a bit of a small roster. I have seen some people, when I go to the official trailer, I've seen some people comment that they didn't like it, you know, but they don't like that it doesn't have that many characters. I think it's launching with 12 characters, I think. But so that's going to be a challenge for them. But for those people who love that Avatar franchise, because Avatar, it is a popular franchise. I don't really watch it, but I know there are many people that love it. So if those people show up for that game, I think it can do well. And then you have the Invincible Versus game. I like that they're at least having a beta. So people that might be on the fence, they can try it April 9th. And, you know, and you guys can make your own decision, because it's going to be a free beta for all of you guys to just download and fuck around with it. You know, I've been watching clips of Invincible and kind of getting more familiar with the characters and all that shit, because I can tell you the first time I seen one of them was in Mortal Kombat, and I was like, who the fuck is Omni-Man? Who the fuck is this guy? You know, and then the same thing goes to Homelander. I was like, who the fuck is because I didn't watch those shows, but I eventually, you know, I watched The Boys, getting ready for season 5. Great show, by the way. So now I have to set aside some time for Invincible. So yeah, there's a lot of options. There's a lot of games to play. And I like that, you know, as fighting game players, we have a lot of options. And I think that's always good because, you know, for instance, King Raven, you know, he might not like Tekken, for instance, right? But you can go to, I don't know, fucking Guilty Gear, you know, and then fucking Justin, I want to try something else. I can try Virtua Fighter. I like that there's options, you know, and I think that only benefits us as a consumer, you know, because you're not going to have the perfect game. Every game is going to have its issues. But I think in the case with Tekken 8, it just, I don't know, man. It just, they went too crazy with the mechanics, and that's what really did it for me with that game. I think the market is definitely better, Raven, because the market, you have a lot of options. Specifically, the 3D genre of gaming has to get better. I said this earlier in the stream. The only option for Tekken players for 3D is really non-existent. I mean, unless you go to Virtua Fighter Revo, but that's like almost a 20-year-old game. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm hoping that Virtua Fighter 6 and Dead or Alive 7, whenever they come out, I'm hoping that they're solid, because then it's gonna give people in the 3D space somewhere else to go. Because 2D wise, you know, there's a lot of options. There's a ton of options 2D. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, well, like I said, like 2D, you have a ton of options. It's just a matter of what you want to try. Like, you have a shit ton of options too. You got I mean, shit. Again, you got 2XKO. You're gonna have Invincible Versus. You're gonna have Avatar Legends. You have Mortal Kombat 1 if you want. You have Guilty Gear. You have Street Fighter 6. You have Blaze Blue. Like, you have a ton of 2D options to play from. But on the 3D side, outside of Tekken, that's where you don't have. Okay, all right, cool. I see you clarified that, but that's really my point, is for a 3, and that's not to say that as a 3D player you can't play Street Fighter, because I'm living proof. I can play any fighting game, but you do have some people out there, they just 2D games is not their thing. And for those players, it kind of sucks that those players will tend to just don't play anything. And I think that sucks. You know what I'm saying? So, but every game is going to have its fucking issue. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the director of Tekken 8 is Kohei, that's his first name. Most people just call him Nakatsu. You know, that's what most people call him. But yeah, like, you know, like I said, man, like, we all have our own preferences, and I think that's what I try, believe me, I really try my best to be fair on this channel. Because, and the thing is, I was kicking this around. You know, when you're like just in your space and you're like kind of like talking to yourself and you're thinking out loud. I was thinking, like, for people that really enjoy Tekken 8 with all of its flaws, people enjoy Starfield with all of its flaws, people enjoy Diablo 4 with whatever flaws, people are going to enjoy what they're going to enjoy. And, you know, it's like that old saying, what you eat don't make me shit. You know what I'm saying? So if you like a particular game, at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. If King Raven likes a game, that's all that matters. If Green Echo Space likes a game, that's all that matters. What I prefer to see, and what I would like to be as a content creator, is I like to at least be like, look, if I'm going to be talking about a game, I can say what I like and what I don't like about the game. And I can at least say, hey, this is what I don't like about the game, but you might like it. This is not a situation where, oh, I don't like this game, it's absolute shit, it's not worth buying, the end. I've seen so many content creators that are kind of like that, and they take that stance. And that's something that I just don't want to be. Because ultimately, one of my main goals, I want to be one of those channels where, you know, maybe I could get like a early access code and play like the new fucking Lords of the Fallen 2 and be like, all right, here's my playthrough. This is what I liked. Or maybe I can be like, you know, I want to eventually get to that point. But because I've seen so many creators, it's like, sure, you're giving your opinion, but it's like you're making your opinion as if like it's like the gospel. And I think there is a fine line between saying, hey, this is something that I don't like, but understanding that there are people out there that might like it. And I think that also is, again, I think that you can also attribute that to being also self-aware that your opinion is not the center of the world. However, if you are experienced with that particular style of game, like if you're seasoned with fighting games, if you're seasoned with open world games, your opinion, it can be used as a good guide. It could be like, okay, it's good to be made aware that, hey, you know, the character animations here is a bit floaty. The character doesn't feel like he or she is rooted in the game world. The weapon animations, you know, if you try to dodge or defend after pressing the attack button, just know that you can't cancel the animation and defend. You have to commit, like, to be made aware of certain things like that. That's what I love to do. And then, so at least a person can be, they can make a better informed decision to say, hey, you know, I didn't know about this, but I like it or I don't like it. But at least I'm aware, hey, this is what's in it. That's what I like. And it's hard to do that. It's easy to just say, oh, this game is shit, da 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 da. But it's like, okay, well, if we go deeper, what specifically about the game is shit? And this is why even I have to catch myself when I talk about Tekken 8. I talk about my hate of Tekken 8 from a mechanical standpoint, from the gameplay mechanics. The character balancing is not what breaks the game for me, because I've fought bullshit broken characters for fucking 3 decades. For me, it's the mechanics of the game. Because if I strip that away, Tekken 8 looks phenomenal. Tekken 8 has decent music. Tekken 8 doesn't have a bunch of issues with crashing. It doesn't have a bunch of issues like that, like not mechanical, like design flaws where you play the game and it just fucking crashes, like, or freezes like constantly. It doesn't have those type of issues. It has a decent netcode. The practice mode is absolutely great. One of the best fighting game practice modes ever. So there are things about Tekken 8 that is good. It's just that for me, the mechanics of heat and rage just kills the game for me. But then you would have somebody else to be like, oh, I love those mechanics. So it's great. I can go fucking unga bunga. Like, good for you. But just letting you know, that's why I don't like the game. And it's not easy to approach perspectives in that way. That's why if I'm speaking about, like, say, Guilty Gear, I cannot have a debate about the finer points of the game itself because I barely know the fucking characters' names. So whenever I'm talking about Guilty Gear, it's in comparison from a developer standpoint, with one taking the path of removing a mechanic that I guess a lot of the player base didn't like. And it's a certain move that I would love to see the Tekken 8 developers do when it comes to either removing heat and rage or drastically overhauling it. And that's the reason, that's actually the main reason why I've ever brought up Guilty Gear in the first place, was because of that. And, but in me bringing it up, it's actually got me interested in, like, okay, well, let me look over here. Now that I'm done with Tekken, I'm like, fuck it, shit, let me see what's over here. And so that's you know, that's where I'm at right now. What's up, Ray Nicole? What's up? I remember I've said a long time ago, and some of my longtime subscribers, they would know this, that I said that I would love if Namco, the developers, created an actual mode, because in Tekken Tag, I think it was Tekken Tag 2, there was a mode where you can just play one-on-one. You didn't have to play two-on-two. And they gave you that option. And I know enough about game design to know that when you go into the source code of the game to update the game, this is why I think somebody mentioned it in a comment, and I had to correct them, where they said that, oh, the Tekken 8 mechanics is deep in the game, and I had to correct them, like, no, it's not. The mechanics of heat and rage for Tekken 8 are topical. They're like surface level mechanics. And I say that in conjunction to using Street Fighter 6 as a comparison, because Street Fighter 6, the drive rush mechanic, that whole system, that's a deep system for Street Fighter. To try to remove the drive system out of Street Fighter 6, you would 1,000,000,000% change that entire game. Whereas if you were to remove heat and rage from Tekken, let's put it this way. You can literally have, if you have a player that will agree to it, and this is where I first mentioned Mike Hollow, for instance, where I was talking about him months ago, and I said I saw a stream that I didn't see the stream, but he talked about a stream that he had where people in his stream, both players, they burned their heat, did their heat smash and everything, and then they started fighting. And there it essentially became like Tekken 7.5, basically. And then you had players that just agreed not to do a rage art. That's why I say the heat and rage mechanic of Tekken 8 is a topical, it's a surface mechanic. With Street Fighter 6, the things you do in Street Fighter 6, your drive meter is constantly being affected. And if you get burned out, well, in Street Fighter 6, you're kind of fucked for a period of time. So that's why I try to make that distinction and hope that people that listen to me, hopefully they grasp that, because there are people that actually believe that heat and rage for Tekken 8 is this major mechanic. No, it's a mechanic that the developers, they could easily shut the fuck off. This is a very much a surface level thing. For instance, if you look at let me give you an example. I'll give you an example. If you look at Kazuya and Jin, right? They both have forward 2. Demon Paw, right? You have that. So in the source code of the game, a lot of game development and programming, generally, if you want to really simplify it, it's all about cause and effect. It's like an equation. It's like you do A to get the outcome of B. You do B to get the outcome of C. So for instance, in the source, now I know it's a lot more complicated than that, but I'm just dumbing it down. If you do forward 2 with Kazuya and it lands, it triggers a heat engager. Well, in the source code, it's written that upon impact of this particular move, it's going to result in this outcome. Well, all they have to do is just deactivate that to where now when that move makes contact, the heat engager outcome just does not happen. That's all you have to do. That's it. So, and you can keep the move the same. You can keep the move the same in terms, you can keep it safe on block. You can do that. And then on hit, it'll just knock the opponent away like it normally does. That's a very different reality when it comes to Street Fighter 6. Very different reality. So that's where, you know, where I know that the developers, there's like a little bit of a tongue twister there. They could create a separate mode. But what I think, and this is me speculating. I'm going to admit that I'm speculating on this one. If you were to do that, you are potentially splitting your community in a way that the developers may not want. And I think that's partly the reason why they don't want to do that. I believe that's probably one of the reasons. There's probably others, but in terms of them implementing that option of, I called it Tekken Heat and Tekken Cold, a heat mode and a cold mode. In terms of having those options, the Tekken developers, they are talented enough in making that happen. Whether or not they want to make it happen, that's a different story. But they are 100% capable of making that happen, if that makes sense. What's up, Crypto? Yeah, I think because the thing is, it's something that I thought about, and it was something that you know, when you have a thought that comes to your mind, and it's kind of like one of those throwaway thoughts, and you're like, it's kind of like you came up with it, but you're like, it's whatever. But then later on, you find somebody else that may have done it, or they're talking about it, and you're like, oh yeah, I did have that thought. That's what happened when I came across Mike Hollow early on, where he said that in one of his streams, he had people that would play, and when it said round one fight, for instance, let's say I activated heat and my opponent is just blocking, and I activate my heat smash, and that's it. And then my opponent does the same thing, activate heat, they do their heat smash. Now we both are without heat. And then we both agree we will not be rage arting. That right there, at that point, you are essentially playing Tekken 7.5, as I call it. But it's up to if you have people, which will mostly be a player match, because you're not going to do that on ranked, that will agree to play you under those parameters. But that's where it really made me think and go back to my original thought of, instead of having to go through that, just create a mode where heat and rage are deactivated. That's it. And I can tell you that when it comes to moving forward with the game in terms of the design of Tekken 9, because I can kind of all but tell you where Tekken 9's story is going to go. I mean, that's like a whole sequence there. Just like I can tell you what's going to happen with Gears of War 6, but, you know, I'll be here talking about that. Anyway, I'll probably get to it. If they create a situation where, okay, we're going to give players the opportunity to select a heat mode or the cold mode, if by the end of the lifespan of Tekken 8 going into Tekken 9, they can see that more players played the cold mode, like no heat, no rage art, they can take that data into Tekken 9 and make better design decisions to where Tekken 9 has a much better launch and it's much better received in the community than Tekken 8 was. That's another benefit that you have as a developer when you give the community a choice, because then you're able to see over the course of time okay, how much of the community is playing Tekken cold and how much of the community is still playing Tekken heat. And that will give them actionable data to take into Tekken 9. And it was this very same premise that I wish that NetherRealm would have done with Mortal Kombat 1. Because I know that many people had several issues with the game. Some people didn't like that they reset the timeline. I personally didn't mind that because it did make... You're going to have people that didn't like it. I looked at it as another way to create... It gave you more narrative freedom. So I didn't mind that. But the minute I learned that Mortal Kombat 1 was going to be some assist-based bullshit, I already knew it was because this is not... When you have an assist-based fighting game, it is very hard to balance that game. It's very hard because think about it. If I'm shooting a fair one with you and we fighting, and I'm moving around and I'm fighting you, and then your fucking boy comes off like out my blind side and sneaks me, you know what I'm saying, from behind, how the fuck am I gonna deal with that? That's how these assist games are. It's like you're doing X, Y, and Z, and here comes your boy coming off screen. It's hard to fucking balance that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when I heard that, you know, that was the direction that NetherRealm was going to go, I was like, fuck, man. Now, another thing, I remember something that Mortal Kombat did a long time ago, is they had a bit of like a tag mode. I don't know if it was something the player could do, but I know it was like you can play against the CPU, and then once you beat a character, the other character comes in. I didn't mind that. Another thing that I didn't mind from Dead or Alive is that Dead or Alive had a tag mode. I would love to see that brought back because I thought that was pretty good. So, you know, but I mean, this, like I said, man, I can go many different ways with these fighting games, and I just think that I think that having more of the community, especially people that are respected in the community, that are good players of that particular game, having them in the mix, having them in the development, giving actionable feedback, I think that would only benefit. And I do believe that not having that for Tekken 8 largely resulted in the season that they, because I'm not playing Tekken 8, that they are going through. And it's a shame, you know, because many people in the Tekken community, season 3 is not what they wanted. You know, I'm sure there's some, like I said, I'm sure there are some people out there, there's a certain percentage of people that don't mind it as it is, but I'm willing to wager, if I were to have a poll where a mass amount of Tekken players were to vote, I'm pretty sure, and I would put money on it, that the majority of that poll will basically say that they do not like the direction Tekken 8 has gone. I'm pretty sure that will be the case. I'm pretty sure. I can't speak. I can't speak on the direction currently with Street Fighter. I can't speak on it for Guilty Gear. I can't speak on it. Well, I can't speak on it for Mortal Kombat because I know most of the Mortal Kombat community. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1 was not exactly a high point for many. But yeah, it's a shame what happens in these communities, because you kind of feel like your feedback, especially when you have developers that go on their Reddit, go on their Twitter, and then with Tekken 8, they have this portal, which I thought was absolute fucking bullshit. Oh, we have a Tekken portal, submit your comment. Get the fuck out of here. Those fools weren't listening to jack shit. They literally created that Tekken pool, or that that fucking portal just to fucking give people the illusion that what you guys had to say actually mattered. That's all that was. It was all smoke and mirrors. But unfortunately, there's many people in the Tekken community that actually believe that their feedback really mattered. It's hilarious. It's hilarious. The AI port, it was bullshit. Hey, what's up, Desty? What's up, man? And Millie, and I'm saying that MK1 is garbage. You know, the thing is, and that's another thing about Mortal Kombat, because right now it is a part of Game Pass, and I did play it, and much like my friend Real MK Tom Brady, shout outs to Tom Brady. He's one of the best fighting game minds out there, regardless of people's personal issues with him in the past. But you know, I've watched many of his videos for months of him talking about MK1, and it's just I sometimes I think if NetherRealm Studios had Real MK Tom Brady in the mix, like before they hit upload and sent their updates live, and if people like MK Tom Brady was in that situation, and maybe some people that he feels is you know, in that space that can give good feedback, I do believe Mortal Kombat 1 would have been better off. And the same goes for every fighting game. Whoever you have that are the prominent players of your community, regardless of what that game is, could be fucking Guilty Gear, Street Fighters. If the developers are, if they were to give access to like these new updates, maybe like a week or so before the shit goes live, I think many of those high level players would be able to catch a lot of the bullshit before these updates go live. I mean, and I use the example of Tekken. I use the what's up, Law by Logic? I think this is the first time I'm seeing you here. I've spoken about I've spoken about the possibility of Lei being in season 4 since he was missed in season 3, and I broke down how he could have been added for season 3, and now that he's not, given my hatred of Tekken 8 mechanics that the developers are refusing to alter, I've completely abandoned that game. So yeah. But anyway, what was I saying? So when you look at like some of the movers and shakers of different games, different fighting games, if those players were to be utilized in a meaningful way, a lot of the issues with these games would be caught. For instance, what I was going to say before I went back to I got sidetracked a bit by the law individual. But I respect it. I respect your chiming in though. What I was going to say was, God, what was I had the fucking, I had a good point too. Oh, okay. That's what I was going to say. If you look, or I looked at what happened with Tekken 8 very early on. You remember when they came out with the emergency patch? The emergency patch for Tekken 8 Season 3. That came out, what, less than, 24 hours, 48 hours? If you had players that were recognized and respected by the community in Tekken 8, if those players were invited by Namco and overseen the patch that was to be season 3, many of those situations that ended up happening with Jack, with Heihachi, with the up back 1+2, with it not being charged and him just whoring it out, all of that shit would have been caught. Because think about it, season 3 had just came out, and then players found a whole bunch of bullshit in the game inside of 48 fucking hours. That's embarrassing. As a game developer, I say, I question their, I don't feel like they're competent. Whoever they have, if they have somebody play testing their game, they're trash. So to have an emergency patch that soon after the launch of your season 3, that shit is embarrassing. It's fucking embarrassing. It really is. And that proves my point that if you had high-level players or even mid-level players, for Christ's sakes, that were given access early on, maybe, you know, if you have to have them sign non-disclosure agreements, whatever the fuck you got to do, you would have ensured that your season would have hit the ground running and would have been better optimized for your community, especially coming after season 2, which is the shit show that was. So now you have another season that public perception within the community of Tekken is like this. It's just, it's, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I appreciate you stopping by, Logic. If you want to hang around, that's cool. I'm kind of still on the Tekken gaming fucking talk here. But you know, the thing is, my thing is this: if you're still here, because, you know, I'm just looking at your messages now in more detail. If you want to hit me up, just leave me a link on my Twitter, because my Twitter is the exact same name as my channel, same name. So you can leave the link there, and I'll check it out before this day is out. You know, assuming that you're still in the chat. So yeah, so you can hit me up on Twitter, and because I think by default, I think YouTube is like links are like not allowed or some shit or whatever. So just hit me up on my Twitter, and you can do that. You can hit me up there. Yeah. But yeah, I think that's what needs to happen when it comes to fighting games in general. And I think it will only be beneficial because you can't lie to me and people like me that understand the business of this. You're not going to lie and say, oh, well, we don't have it in our budget. We don't have, that's bullshit. If you are launching a product that is going to cost you millions upon millions of dollars and you need the product to succeed, it is in your best interest to give yourself all avenues of success. And one of the simplest things you can do is by having other players within the community play test your fucking game and your update, and have them play the game, and they'll figure shit out. Now, are they going to catch everything? Probably not. But I can damn sure guarantee they're going to catch some of the more egregious, some of the more significant things, to where you won't have to come out with a fucking emergency patch, which really makes you look incompetent. Because you know, that's to me, I find that to be very bad. That's a bad look. That's a bad look. Especially, like, you know, You're not an independent developer. You're fucking Namco. You've been making Tekken games since I've been 14 fucking years old. I'm 45. And to have an emergency patch, like what was it, like a day or two after, like that shit's crazy to me. That 1 billion% tells me beyond a shadow of a doubt that you need community help. You need community help. Because what's going to happen next time? What's going to happen next time? You're going to come out with another update, and who's going to be busting and broken this time? What a fucking Anna is going to be caught shooting fucking rockets in one frame? Like what's going to happen next? Like, I don't know, man. I think that makes sense. I think beyond anything, I think the majority of the community can agree on that. People, you may not agree with me on everything, but I do believe that if you have certain people from the community that are knowledgeable enough about the game, give them access shortly before the patch goes live, let them basically break it on purpose so that when you do launch it, it's launched in a much healthier state for the community as a whole. And that's something that can be applied to across many different fighting games, because fighting games, it's already very difficult to balance a fighting game at the character level. But when you have such oppressive mechanics the way Tekken 8 is, it makes an already bullshit character even more augmented. And that's why it's hard for me to really apply myself to Tekken, because it's bad enough that I know that you're using a broken character, but I also have to deal with the mechanics as well. Fuck you. I'm out. I'm done. And that's where I'm at. Offensive 8. That's a good one. That's a good one. You know, there was something that let me see, did I miss, how many people did I let me see. Yeah, I try to like the thing is, it's being, again, I'll use the word, it's like being self-aware that I am a very small channel. But I am very cocky and confident that I will go on record here, and I've said it many times, that there are very few people in the community of gaming that can rival me in this arena. In the sense of understanding the industry, understanding how things should work, and solutions. Many people bitch and complain and all this and that. We know the game is bullshit. What can be done? This is why I've said many times that the problem with Tekken 8 is not with the balancing of the characters, because that is going to be a never-ending fight. That's like Diablo, the war between angels and demons. It's just going to keep going. The problem with Tekken 8 is the fucking mechanics. That is the problem with Tekken 8. I've shown this several times. So imagine, look at it from my perspective. When I look at the larger channels, the main mans, the fucking 300,000, the 50,000 fucking sub channels, the big large Twitter channels, when I see these people and they're still stuck on, why did you buff this character? They don't have, I've heard it many times, oh, you're taking their identity. No shit. That's what they wanted to do. the Tekken developers, like for instance, I don't want to call them out. I don't want to call them out. I don't want to mention no names. But there's several people I see. It's like every day it's a new video talking about how this character is busted, this character is broken. Dog, we know the fucking game is busted. We know that many characters have lost their identity. What else is fucking new? The heart of the issue with Tekken 8 is the fucking mechanics. And people will say, well, what do you mean? So this is where I look at the camera and be like, the mechanics, heat, rage, tailspins, strong tailspins, wall splats, everything pertaining to that, moves that track when they have no business in their animation, that track you. That's like if I'm going this way, why am I hitting somebody that's going that way? Like what? Like what the fuck? Oh, it tracks. No, that's just lazy fucking programming. That's what that is. There's a difference. I can't tell you how annoyed I get when I look at, because it's like what a lot of these larger channels, maybe they understand it and maybe they don't. But they do have some influence. And it's like what ends up happening is you will have a bunch of people that are parroting certain talking points on things that they really don't know much about. Like they probably know a matchup. They probably know how to do a tenant combo. But when it comes to the real shit, like what is plaguing the game? What is the 100% fundamental thing that is affecting the game? Oh, this character needs to be nerfed. I feel like taking my head and bashing it against this wall. I'm like, okay, so if you nerf the character, let's just say you nerf the character. Okay, we nerf the character. Then what? The character is still going to launch you, right? They're going to get you in the air, and you're going to be in the air for like fucking 50 minutes watching a documentary of your character being on a fucking conveyor belt, getting led from one end of the fucking solar system over to the Andromeda galaxy and losing fucking 85% of your fucking health off one launcher / one interaction. All of that is being done because of the mechanics of the game that is enabling the character to do such things. So even if you nerf a character, you are not addressing the relaunches, the bounds, the wall splats. You're not addressing that. That has fuck all to do with the characters and has everything to do with the mechanics. So every time I see my fucking peers talking about, oh, we need nerfs. We don't need buffs on characters. Oh, this character's still broken. Oh my fucking God. And you know the thing is, these are the videos that do hundreds and thousands of fucking views. It's fascinating to me. It's fucking fascinating. It truly is the blind leading the blind. Truly, it truly fucking is. It's a mind fuck. It's like somebody pointed something out to me. They pointed out to me and it made me laugh. In fact, before I get in, let me see what you guys are saying. I'm sorry if I'm ignoring you guys. My bad, but let me see. What did I miss? I'm sorry. Let me see. Really? That's weird. Well, I mean, I don't think you need to send me a direct message to send me a link. Just post it on my, you know, my Twitter is not private. So you should be able to just like send me a link. But if not, then I don't know. I don't know what's up with that. That's kind of weird. Let me see. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss. What do you think then? Dumbing it down. Offensive 8. I saw that Tekken logically shouldn't be an Evo. Well, Tekken is going to be an Evo because it's going to draw money, and they also have, I believe they have contracts to have it in Evo. So, you know, that's just that's a whole different thing because nowadays in the suits have infiltrated the fighting game community. So tournaments as they used to be back in my time, where the majority of the tournaments were like community based. Now you have Tekken World Tour, you have all these sponsors, so that's a whole different thing. Let me see. Desty says, "Do I agree with Reforge Gaming about RPG games?" I don't know if you were addressing somebody in the chat or me, but Reforge Game. Is that a YouTube channel? It might be that sounds like a YouTube channel. If so, I guess I'll get back on that because I was talking about RPGs earlier. Let me see. Law by Logic, in your opinion, a world with bad Tekken is a better world than a world without Tekken. I agree. But the voices of people like you are much required. Well, unfortunately, the people like me who speak as I do, that understand not just how to mash buttons, but understand this industry. We're very few. Believe me, I've had my share of wars with fools that, you know, that even when I talk about like the Xbox and the PlayStation and AI, and believe me, I go deep in all these other topics, but unfortunately, because I'm such a small channel, it's hard to get that word out. That's why, like, I don't mind going on like larger podcasts with the hope of getting the message out, which is why I really appreciate those few times I was on Mike Hollow's stream. But in the future, I definitely would like to go on different things, maybe even larger, and talk about different issues that pertain to the gaming industry, such as, like, you know, where AI and how AI is going to affect things, the price increasing of the RAM, how that's affecting consoles, the direction of Sony, the direction of Microsoft. All of this I know frontward and backward, but unfortunately, it's hard to really get that message out. But it is what it is, you know. I'm working on it. Let me see. Yeah, and there are, and what Desty says here, I see, he says, the shills will say, yeah, the shill, there's shills in every genre across every community in gaming. And there's shills in Tekken, there's shills in Guilty Gear, there's shills everywhere. It is what it is, you know. You're not going to get around that, you know. At the end of the day, do I really want to talk about Tekken? Not really, because I feel like it's a dead issue. It's going to be as it's going to be. I'd much rather talk about what's going to happen with Microsoft, what's going to happen with PlayStation, what's going to happen with AI, what's going to happen with the RAM shortage. I'd rather talk about stuff like that because that really interests me. Tekken is it's a dead issue for me. It really is, because I don't see the developers really, they're not really listening all that much to the community. They're really not. The Tekken developers, and I've said this a long time ago, they had a predetermined and premeditated mandate for Tekken 8 from the very beginning. Before any of you guys mashed your buttons, from the very beginning, Harada, Murray, Nakatsu, and everybody else that was affiliated, they stated from the very jump that this game, they were going to go in a different direction. They wanted to be more aggressive, and they spent a shit ton of money on creating the game from scratch, having new assets, which I already knew translated to them having a big budget thanks to the DLC of Tekken 7, but they still needed to recoup those costs. And as a result, they purposely made the barrier of entry for Tekken 8 much more easier, which was going to alienate many people in the community, as I knew it was. However, back then, I had no idea how right I was going to be. Even from the closed beta, I was like, this game is just, I didn't know. It looked like it was gonna piss people off. But again, back then, I had no idea how right I was gonna be. And I invested my time, my money, my emotions, my mental health, my fucking blood pressure, and then I endured seasons 1 through 2, and I'll be damned if I give them a season 3. Okay. So I have heard of Reforge. I'm not subscribed to them because I haven't really seen much of their content, but I know that they're a large channel. I've also watched channels like Spawn Wave. I kind of like how he does his channel. He's kind of like more of like a newscaster style, kind of like he yaps and he has like something in the background. I like how he does this thing as well. Luke Stevens, that's another guy I follow a lot. I was following Young Yeah for a time, but then I just felt like he was kind of shilling a little bit too much for my taste. Yeah. I mean, I've seen a lot of different channels, but I find that now that I'm doing this myself, I feel like I look at these channels a lot differently now. It's not that I look at them as like competition, but I don't like to look at them, especially the much larger ones, because I don't want to run the risk that looking at their content might affect how I do my content, if that makes sense, because sometimes that can happen, and sometimes. Let me see. Yeah. Let me see. But Reforge is a large channel. I definitely know that. It is tough, because I get pretty deep, and it is tough when when I have a thought, and it's kind of hard because my thought, it gets derailed. Like if it was like some basic brain rot shit, it's like whatever, but I'm really formulating things, so maybe I can get better at that, whatever. But yeah, it really is a shit show of a game as far as I'm concerned. One of the main issues I remember was for instance, that when they added Clive to the game, this is a character that has absolutely no business being in a Tekken game, but they decided to, well, actually, it's funny. It could be because a lot of this, it is, again, it's big business, and a lot of it does come down to it being a licensing deal. And I don't know if it was Square Enix that decided, hey, you guys may want Tifa, but we're comfortable with giving you guys Clive because this is representing our current game. It could be that. It could be a variety of different things, but when it comes to adding a guest character there's a lot of licensing that's involved in that, and there's a lot of things in that contract, and I do believe it varies from developer to developer on how certain things are planned out. Like, for instance, if you look at the Dead or Alive situation, Dead or Alive 6, they had a character called Kula and they had Mai. But in their upcoming Dead or Alive 6 last round, they're not going to have those characters. And they're not going to have those characters either because Koei Tecmo doesn't want to pay for them again, or it could be that the SNK and whatever, they don't want to lease those same characters out to Dead or Alive again, probably because they already have Mai leased out to Street Fighter 6. And believe me, there's a whole lot of different angles there. So when you have guest characters, there's a lot going on behind the scenes that the gamer is aware of. You know what I'm saying? That's just something that I can tell you. Wow, that's a good question. How do I feel about AAA games? Well, I definitely know it damn sure isn't fighting games. Fuck fighting games, as far as I'm concerned. They're good for competition, but if I'm really playing something that I want to enjoy, it's gonna be like a open world Metroidvania style game. So I love the question, and I feel that. I feel depending on the developer, you know, there used to be a time, and I want to dive into this a bit. There used to be a time where you would have a certain development studio, they would go and make a game, and you can all but take it to the bank, so to speak. Like, you know, it's going to be a great game just because of who's making it, who's responsible. And for a period of time, that developer used to be BioWare. BioWare, Knights of the Old Republic 1, Knights of the Old Republic 2, Jade Empire, Dragon Age 1. You know, many didn't like Dragon Age 2 because they didn't like the real-time combat. Dragon Age Inquisition, I felt it was a solid game, but the general consensus, most people prefer Dragon Age Origins. But to just, you know, let's just call it what it is. At that time, BioWare pumped out several AAA level games until they were fucking unfortunately bought out by EA back in, I think, in 2007. And so then now you look at a company that came out of seemingly nowhere, like an RKO, CD Projekt Red. You know, they had The Witcher, Witcher 2, which a lot of people didn't play, The Assassins of Kings, which is a great game. Most people played and know Witcher 3. Now they're in a bit of hot water with the upcoming Witcher 4 because people didn't like the Ciri direction. There's a lot of controversy there. But I'm saying all this to say that there were development studios that you can kind of, if they announced a game, you can pretty much rest assured you're going to get a AAA experience. Nowadays, you have so few companies that are doing that now, to where the AA studios, they're like putting in a lot of effort despite not having the resources that a AAA studio has. But even though that AAA studio has those resources, it's not translating into a AAA experience, if that makes sense. So, for instance, here's the perfect example. The perfect example is if you look at a game like Starfield. Bethesda, people, you can argue and say that Bethesda, they fell off. You can argue that some people feel that they're still great, but the controversy is there. The argument is there. I accept Starfield for what it is. I accept it. I look at it as like Fallout in space. That's how I fucking look at it. However, as I said, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream, I said that newer age Bethesda games, they've all but removed consequence in your actions, in your decisions. And that's one of the key hallmarks when you're playing a non-linear story that has a lot of narrative direction and choices. If you have a game where you have minimal to no consequence in your actions, then why the fuck do you have the choice then? You might as well just make it a linear fucking story. And in that, you know, looking at it as the old time gamer that I am, you know, you can have the shiniest graphics in the world. You can have the greatest looking graphics, whatever, but a role-playing game lives or dies off of its story and its narrative direction. That's just what it is. Because there are many adventure RPG style games that looked like shit, but they had a very good story. They had character depth. They had meaningful choices. They had consequences. And when you look at Bethesda now, while they maintain a lot of their that open world, that vastness, and even aspects of high levels of immersion, but the consequence of action has kind of fell off. So I say all of that to kind of go and compare it to a game called I think it's called Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. That's a game maybe many of you may not have even heard of, but many that have played the game, they look at that as a return. It's all they say it is like an old. It's a Bethesda game from times gone. Like it's basically what Bethesda used to do. But Tainted Grail was made by a small development studio. It is by definition a AA game. But by comparison amongst the community, people respect that much more than some of the more current Bethesda offerings because of the narrative direction, as well as the choices and consequences. And so I believe that when you look at the current state of AAA, I think it really comes down to how are these development studios that have those big budget assets and those resources, but it's not translating to the experiences that gamers are getting. And at the same time, they're charging premium price, by the way, as well, but they're giving you a subpar or mediocre experience. Whereas you could look at a game like, even though it's not in my favorites, but you look at a game called Expedition 33, you have many people that love that game, but it was not made with the same level of resources as a Bethesda game was. So it's a very interesting time for gaming in that regard. And I am glad that there are other options for people to go to, you know, when it comes to that, because you can find yourself a more affordable option that is either on par or supersedes what we may perceive as the AAA experience, which quite frankly, you can argue and say it's kind of like from a time long past, with the exception of maybe a very few games. Very few. I would say Fallout. Wow, I'm looking at the thing here. Fallout Shelter was very good. Fallout Shelter was very good. That kind of was like a sleeper hit, kind of a cult classic, actually, if you ask me. God of War, Dragon Age. Well, it depends on which Dragon Age you're talking about. Witcher. You know, like for instance, people that Crypto, what's up, man? Yeah, so I've played, I've messed around with Pragmata. I need to play more of it because I didn't even finish the demo, but it looks interesting. It's definitely different from what I've used to been playing. But I haven't really. I've been so invested with Diablo, and kind of also researching more about what's going on with Microsoft, with AI. That's been taking up a lot of my time. But yeah, Pragmata looks pretty interesting. And yeah, the politics. That's right, Hidden One. There's a lot of politics going on. Tecmo. You mean like, oh, well, Koei Tecmo now. Yeah. Well, Koei Tecmo, they just put out, Team Ninja. Well, Team Ninja is under Koei Tecmo. They put out Neo 3. So that was their latest thing. Well, they do have Fatal Frame 2, but I don't know if that's just a remaster of an older game. But Neo 3, I don't have it because it's a PlayStation exclusive, but I've heard some good things about it, so but that's what Koei Tecmo / Team Ninja put out. Let me see. Oh, Duke Reynolds, what's up, man? I'm sorry I must have missed you. And let me see. Yeah, but there's like so many games out there, and I like the variety of options, but I think that there are very few out there that are going to give you that true AAA experience. And I think you have to be more conscious with how you spend your money as a gamer. I think you do. And because this is another thing. Many of the companies that used to pump out AAA titles, many of those development studios are a shell of their former selves. I'll give you an example. The team at BioWare that created Dragon Age the Veilguard. Well, the majority of the BioWare crew that made those classic BioWare games, they retired or they went out to form their own company. And one of them, I believe, is called Rebel Wolf Studio. So, no, wait a second. I might be getting myself confused. Hold on. Because I sometimes get it confused between, okay. All right. I don't want to tell you guys the wrong information. So, with in respects to BioWare, okay, let me try to organize this. Dragon Age the Veilguard basically commercially flopped for a variety of reasons. And okay, there we go. So many of the people that worked on the original like BioWare style games, they went on to make their own company called Archetype Entertainment. They are currently working on a game called Exodus. Many of the people that are working on that game are the BioWare developers that developed the original Mass Effect trilogy. Now, when you look on the other side of the coin, the people that worked on Witcher, The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, and even some that worked on The Witcher 2 Assassins of Kings, many of those developers left CD Projekt Red and made their own company called Rebel Wolves Studios, and they're making a game called Blood of the Dawnwalker. Basically, you're pretty much a fucking vampire, essentially. And if you look at the character, he kind of looks like Geralt from behind. It's, because when you play those games, you're usually looking at the character from behind. So he has like whitish hair. I don't know if you can create your own character or not, but basically, if you look at that game, you can see clear inspiration from The Witcher. And that's because many of those developers that worked on The Witcher 3 is now working on that game. So my point in saying all of that is that just because you look at a development studio and they pumped out banger after banger that you remember, some of those companies are just, all they have left is the name. The actual talent, they've moved on. And that's where you have to kind of be up on the gaming industry and know, okay, this developer went here, that developer went there. Because if you don't know that, when you look and see, okay, well BioWare, they're going to be making a new Mass Effect, which I believe they are. I think that's the rumor. I think that's their next game. But I think there's like going to be nobody working on that game, that project that is from the original trilogy. And then given the fact that, you got all this modern audience bullshit that's going on, and given what happened with Dragon Age the Veilguard, honestly, it doesn't give me much confidence in another Mass Effect game, if I'm being perfectly honest with you. So that's why, it's important for me as a content creator, and even from me personally, to at least let people know that, these developers that's making this particular game, it's not the development studio that you remember. It's like going to a restaurant that you love to go to, but all the cooks are different. So now the food is going to be different. It's the same fucking restaurant. It's the same name, but the chefs are all different. And so when you go there, you're thinking, oh, I'm going to order, my usual. And you get in, you go and fucking stuff your face, and you're like, what the fuck is this? That's what happens. That's what happens. But yeah, I'm glad that Neo 3 is doing well. I did feel some sort of way about all right, let me put this one in this way, because I've spoken about this before, and this pertains to Ninja Gaiden 4. There was a lot of controversy surrounding Ninja Gaiden 4 because, many people, they were expecting, in the Ninja Gaiden community, that we're going to be using, Hayabusa, we're going to be using Ryu, only to find out that Ryu is basically a side character in his own franchise. And now I made a video, which surprisingly, I was mind fucked. This particular video I made ended up getting me over 2,000 views. I was mind fucked because I remember when I uploaded that video. I remember it like it was yesterday. I think in like the first 6 or 7 hours, it had like 20 views or 30 views. And I was like, all right, this is a dead video. And then I would say 3 3 or 4 days, I was seeing a few comments from people come in, new subscribers telling me about, wow, I never heard anybody talk about it this way, blah, blah, blah. And that's always a good thing. And then I kind of forgot about that. I responded because I usually respond to most of my comments. So then I think I may have done a few Tekken videos after that. And then next thing I know, I'm looking through my videos, and then I see the Ninja Gaiden, like, wait, 2,100? Like, what? Like, I had to look at it 3 times. Like, what the fuck? So I was literally mind fucked. I was happy because it was one of the few times that I made a video that had nothing to do with Tekken that had over 1,000 views. So I felt pretty good about that. But the point being was, I was pretty much saying that Team Ninja, they lied about their involvement with Ninja Gaiden 4. And I showed 2 articles. In fact, I think I probably, and you know what, just for shits and giggles, because I feel like doing this. I want to share this since we're already here. Let me go and because I know I saved them, and I definitely highlighted this. So let me go, and I think it was. Do I have it under a Ninja Gaiden category, or did I have it? Oh, I did. Okay, Ninja Gaiden. Wasn't this one? Okay. No, not this one. Fuck, it wasn't this article. Hold up. I'm looking through my articles, guys. Hold on. Give me a moment. Okay. Which one was it? Okay. I think. Okay, so this one right here. So just to share you, this particular article, let me move the Twitch chat out the way so you can kind of see it. Hold up, where is it? Twitch chat. Let me put that over there. Okay, so all right. So this article was September 7th, 2025, right? Now, there was another article. I'm not going to waste you guys' time, but there was another article that I showed in a video that was from January, and basically saying that the development team of Team Ninja was going to be heavily involved with the development of Ninja Gaiden 4. And then so when I came across this article, we now learn that that was an absolute fucking lie, because as it shows here that the entire development was done by Platinum Games. And now it makes sense why Platinum Games would use Yakumo, which is their fucking character, as the fucking lead. And they had Ryu kind of just as a side character. Now I'm not saying that Ninja Gaiden 4 is a bad game. I think if you look at Ninja Gaiden 4 as a standalone action game, it's amazing. But yeah, it definitely was a game that was developed by Platinum Games, the one that made Bayonetta. You know what I'm saying? So it was really like it says here, since that was confirmed, fans have wondered how the project was split up, with many believing that the Ryu sections were handled by Team Ninja and Yakumo was all by Platinum Games. And it turns out that it was all bullshit. It was all fucking bullshit. And, so that's why when I learned of the game Neo 3, I remember I left a comment on one of their official posts, and I said, so that's what you guys were up to, and why you guys pimped out Ninja Gaiden over to Platinum Games. You guys were doing this. And I felt some sort of way about it, because it made me think, well, how is this going to, and that's again what Raven just mentioned. What about the future of the franchise? What happens then? You know, because are you going to commission Platinum Games for Ninja Gaiden 5? Is the character Yakumo under Platinum Games? So let's just say if you're Team Ninja and you want to go and make a Ninja Gaiden 5 on your own, well, what happens with Yakumo? Does that mean that Yakumo just ceases to exist because Yakumo is a part of Platinum? So it makes this very odd situation. Like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And I would like to see Ninja Gaiden continue, because I enjoyed my time with Ninja Gaiden 4. But it was kind of awkward to be using an entirely brand new character. But again, I started to eventually accept the game for what it was, but it does lead to the question of, how will they handle things moving forward? Will Team Ninja develop Ninja Gaiden 5, or are they going to pimp out or should I say license out the franchise to Platinum Games again? So that really makes me wonder. So I guess that's the reason why whenever I think of Neo 3, I feel like, you know, I don't know. I feel some sort of way about it, because I feel like they were busy with that game and didn't feel Ninja Gaiden was worth their time, and decided to just pan it off to Platinum Games. Where I felt like if that was the case, you could have just fucking released Ninja Gaiden 4 at a later time, once you're able to dedicate resources to that game. So I guess what ends up happening is when they licensed it out to Platinum Games, PG must have, gotten a certain amount of money for the licensing fees, for the licensing deal. So, or should I say Team Ninja? And then, obviously with the sales of the game, much of that, well, I don't know what percentage, but I'm sure there's a percentage that goes to Team Ninja. So I'm really curious of because, I don't really know much about Neo 3. I don't know about Neo in general, but I grew up playing Ninja Gaiden, and I would like to see that franchise continue, because I felt like it was one of the best franchises on Microsoft. And I think that if Microsoft is smart, and as being a primary Microsoft Xbox, guy, I think it's in their best interest to make sure that this is one of the franchises you keep going. I'm not saying that Neo is not a good franchise, but it damn sure is not Ninja Gaiden. So, time will tell, I guess, time will fucking tell. But yeah. Let me take a swig of this water. Oh boy. Let me see. I don't know. It's like almost 3 o'clock now, so I don't know. I'm thinking about probably getting something to eat, and probably hopping back on maybe later on in the evening or something, later on in the night or some shit. I guess you guys will get the notification or whatever. I'm thinking about that, because I could probably get a quick bite, relax, go for a walk, stretch my legs, and maybe I'll probably stream in the room, and I'll probably like play a couple of games or something like that. I don't know what you guys are gonna do. You guys are probably gonna like go to different streams or play a game or something. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of y'all day, y'all Saturday. Like I said, I'll probably be if I'm not on later on today, I'll be on tomorrow. And so yeah. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm healed up. I was sick before. I was sick during the it was wild. I got sick the day after season 3 was released. No, the day before, actually. That shit was wild. Talk about if you know what's funny, I gotta share this. I gotta share one last thing. Now I don't want to be a hypocrite and be posting content for Tekken 8, but there was this one clip that someone took of a stream of mine. It was months. It was like about 6 or 7 months ago. And sometimes I forget that other people, and I don't know why I forget this. Sometimes I do forget that other people can take clips of your stream. I sometimes forget this. So while I was playing a suffering stream for Tekken 8 one day, and like I said, this was like almost 6 or 7 months ago. So this was like during season 2. And this guy, he took the most hilarious clip of mine. And the moment I saw it, I was laughing my fucking ass off. And I was thinking like, yo, should I post this clip? Because I don't want people to say, oh, look, yo, you're posting Tekken and shit. But I'm like, damn, man, it is hilarious though. So I was like, maybe I can just show it during my fucking live stream. But yeah, this shit was fucking hilarious. It really shows the true unbridled hatred that I have for fucking Tekken 8. And I gotta show this. Now I did find it on my phone, so I hope it's not an issue for me to find clips on my laptop. Because I hope the way to find it is similar. I'm about to find out right now, actually. All right, so if I go to, I think it's content. Let me see, because it's clips that other people did. Where the fuck would that be? Or would it be? No, maybe it's not in the YouTube. Maybe it's in the regular YouTube section. Right now, I'm kind of like trying to look for it. Would it be under community? I don't know. Wait, wait. Is it down here? Wait a second. Here we go. So now I clicked on the one by viewers. Oh my God. This shit is fucking like, bruh. I gotta turn my headphones on for this one. Because this shit is fucking hilarious. I know I'm setting it up, but this shit is fucking hilarious, bro. Let me make sure my I got the audio for this. Let me see. Let me just change it to the fuck. Hold up. Did I change it? I thought I did. Let me see. I want to make sure the audio is coming through my headset. Okay, there we go. All right. So when I go to clips by viewers, and I think it was this one. You can see it says 6 months ago. So I was so, yo, bro. Oh my God. I think he tried to clip it twice. But yeah, this shit is wild. All right, fuck it. I hope you guys are ready, because this shit is. I will open this up and say, again, this was 6 or 7 months ago. It was clipped by somebody else. It is me at my absolute frustration. So here we go. My God, this is so frustrating. This is so fucking frustrating. I swear to God. Let me guess. Rage art, right?
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Fuck this fucking game! Fuck this fucking game! Jesus fucking Christ, this game is trash!
Yo, holy fuck. Oh my god. Yo, I was fucking livid. Oh my god. I was so fucking livid. I don't think that shit, I forgot that happened. I forgot it happened, but I was so, because I was like, all right, what else is he gonna fucking do? So I gotta watch it one more time. I gotta see this shit one more time. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. This is so fucking frustrating. I swear to God. Let me guess. Rage art, right?
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Fuck this fucking game! Fuck this fucking game! Jesus fucking Christ, this game is trash! Fuck!
Oh my god. Yo, I had no idea that guy clipped that part. I had no fucking idea. I was laughing my fucking, I must have played that shit like a good 15 times. I was like, yo, should I really post this as a short? Because you know, I don't want people to be like, oh, you know, you saying that you're done with Tekken and here's this. I don't want people to talk some shit. So I feel like, all right, if I post it now, that would mean that people would have to dive through 4 hours of this stream to find it. So, you know, it's kind of hidden. But at the end of the day, this shit was, I was so fucking mad. Oh my God. And I had no idea that guy, he actually took that clip. Because like I said, I was like, you know, somehow I kind of got to the clip area and I saw my clip. I know I did a clip and I did some with Assassin's Creed Shadows. But when it said clip by others, I was like, you know, let me click this, see what happens. And I was like, oh shit, you know, okay. And when I watched it, it's like as soon as I said, oh, what's he gonna do, rage art? And I was like, oh wow, I remember that stream. I was so fucking mad. I felt like if there was ever a time where I was gonna throw my controller against the wall, it was that. I was just like, bro, that was oh shit. But like I said, this was true suffering. And I did it for you guys. It was true fucking suffering. And I suffered this shit for 2 seasons. And if I have to suffer through this game anymore, I will literally have a heart attack. I would like, when I listen to myself, I was so enraged. It was, I could not even fake that. I couldn't even fake that. That was as pure, unmitigated rage as you will ever hear. You will not hear any other rage to that degree. If you do, let me know, because yeah. So fuck this game. Good luck to those that still suffer this piece of shit. And yeah. that's all I can say about Tekken 8. There are far too many options and things out there that I can mess with. Right now it's April 4th. Again, to remind you guys, you got what is it? Invincible Versus. And that was another thing I wanted to like look at a couple of trailers, but we got sidetracked talking and shit, like what live streams we do or whatever. But yeah, I definitely wanted to do that. And but yeah, another thing I like to do though, when I like to go through Twitter and watch what other people are posting over this fucking game. When I look at people who post like Tekken 8 content, and I like to see people like post Tekken 8 shit. I think we got one. So this guy says, yeah, Jules. Jules, I was actually about to log out, but then I shared a clip, an old clip of an old that somebody shot of me, and of Tekken. I think it was season 2. It was like 6 months ago, and I just showed it just now. Shit was hilarious. I was so fucking mad, and I was like, all right, let me go and see this clip right here from somebody. But yeah, I was gonna chime off in a bit and come back later on because there was a couple of things I wanted to do. I wanted to share, but I'll probably do that later. I wanted to kind of talk about a couple other RPGs and shit like that, but I kind of got into the fighting game thing. So, but yeah, let me look at this 15-second clip. So it says, "How can you think this is okay?" Let's see what they're showing here. Let's see here. Jesus. God damn. All of that? So you remember when I say you literally take somebody from one end of the fucking galaxy to the next? That is this combo. But yeah, every time I look, when I look at these type of videos, Jules, it really makes my decision to abandon this game so much easier, because I look at shit like this and I'm like, I am so glad that I do not play this game. I am so glad that I do not have this game installed. And the only thing I wish is that I was able to get my fucking money back. That's the only thing I wish. But yeah, one of the things I definitely wanted to talk about was that upcoming Starfield expansion. Just kind of touch, because I had some thoughts on that, and of course Diablo. Of course, I love the fucking story of that game. I love it, and then there's some other RPGs that's coming out. I think it was it's you know what? Fuck it. Let me just look up the name for it, because I know if I go on Xbox, it should show it to me. If I go to, because it should be under upcoming games. And I'm pretty sure, Jules, like you as a RPG head, I'm pretty sure you must have seen this. Would it show upcoming games? Upcoming. I don't know if it shows it here. Oh, no, the store. Here we go. Okay, store, shop games. Let's look. So it should have an option of upcoming games. It should. New releases. Or maybe it doesn't. Leaving soon. Play in the cloud. Where is it? They don't have, or maybe I'm bypassing it. Let me see. It wouldn't be new releases because the game is not out yet. Fuck. Okay, I know what to do. I know it's made by Square Enix. I at least know that one. Square Enix. On Square Enix. What game is it? It's an upcoming game. Let me go to their website. It's not Octopath Traveler. Wait, was it a Square Enix game? Wait, was it? Hold on. Bravely Default. Ah, here we go. This one. This right here. Yeah, this is the one that I was thinking about. This definitely looks very interesting to me. So I'm definitely looking forward to this one. And I saw the trailer for this, and it looked really, really good. Looked really nice. So yeah, I always love these type of games. It just unfortunately I tend to get sucked into talking about RPG fighting games. Oh, you can play the demo. Well, on the Switch. But it looks really nice. You know, the thing I can't stand, I've been noticing, is when I watch trailers, it's like I tend to get like fucking copyright struck, like because of the fucking music they're using. It's like really stupid. So it's like I feel like I'm gonna have to start like watching trailers muted. So that's like really, really annoying. But I definitely want to talk about that. And because you know, sometimes I'll be in my room and I'll watch a bunch of trailers, you know, on Xbox, because it's real easy because you can see all the upcoming Xbox games, and many of them are multi-platform. But it's like next thing I know, about an hour later, I'm seeing, oh, copyright strike. It's not like it's not like it's damaging my channel, but it's like it's not allowing me to monetize the video for like 30 seconds or 20 seconds. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I end up having to either cut out the entire thing or I have to mute the whole audio. So I feel like maybe I'll just mute the fucking audio while I'm doing it. And I guess, you know, you could, I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys can always watch the trailer on your own anyway, but I guess I wasn't thinking about it in that way before. But yeah, I definitely look forward to these type of games. And, but yeah, you know, so that's kind of something. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna have to mute it, and that's really annoying. But in fact, fuck it, I'll mute this shit right now. Actually, hold on, maybe I can, right? Let me see. I'll deactivate the thing here. Let me see. Deactivate. Wait, can I? Hold up. Okay. I think I should be able to. All right. I guess I'll see. Let's see. Fuck it. I'll deal with it later.
To live, right?
There are still things I must do. Please, bring me back to life.
Elliot and the Fairy Fae adventure across Philadelphia. Traveling through 4 ages, spanning 1,000 years, to lift a curse on Princess Huria. Elliot's home time, the age of safekeeping.
But the kingdom is
really nice.
dependent on the princess and her spell of safekeeping now.
It is true that she bears a heavy burden.
The age of reconstruction.
And I like that it's not a short video either. They show you quite a bit.
People didn't just lose magic, but their will too. I want the world to prosper again.
Humanity's height of prosperity in the age of magic.
This is Weizen, the nation of magic. Magical research is the backbone of the society.
Which is all the more reason it must be done right.
And the age of budding, the birth of human civilization.
I want only peaceful coexistence. I have never sought power.
Philadelphia's history is woven by the emotions of its inhabitants. Those emotions, at times hope for the future, at times the world's downfall, envelop all those in it.
Have I lost everything again?
You still have a chance to save us all.
Please, you have to live.
Let's go, Faye. We have to save Furia and the kingdom.
It looks good. It does look nice. It does look nice. Hold on, let me see something. I saw something. Was it around? Let me see. Hold on. Let me slow that. Playback speed. Let's go. And okay. And we delete that. And I like that. That looked like some sort of a parry or something right there. This is what it look like. That right there. Looks like you're defending right here. And it caused a stun too. It looked like he was stunned as well. So you see the stars over him? Yeah, that's pretty interesting. Definitely looks good. And it's more of like it's a real-time combat. It kind of reminds me of a Secret of Mana, like long time ago. Well, no, not necessarily Secret of Mana. Secret of Mana was kind of weird. But yeah, more like a real-time combat, not so much like Dragon Quest or whatever. So that's pretty cool. June is definitely gonna be packed. But yeah, man, I love these. I love these style of games. You know, I used to play these types of games all the time. Secret of Mana, Illusion of Gaia, that was on Super Nintendo. I used to play all these types of games. But yeah, great memories. But you know, I think like when I just look in games like these, like they're like an automatic purchase for me if I have the money. You know what I'm saying? I don't really think too much. Oh, what's up, Callisto? Another lady. Appreciate you. Yeah, man. It's just these types of games. I feel like you get your money's worth with these types of games, and I love the stories, and you kind of just feel like you're just, you know, you could just like you just go on your own little personal adventure, you know. So these are the type of games I really do enjoy. But then again, I do appreciate other bigger type games that have like consequence, like a Bethesda type game. But unfortunately, as I said earlier in the stream, a lot of these Bethesda type games, they may give you narrative options and choices, but unfortunately it feels like the consequence just isn't there. And that's why like games like Mass Effect, for instance, you know, your choices really matter in those stories. Whereas it feels like games nowadays, if they're giving you a choice, it's like it's like your decision doesn't really have much impact on the world. You know what I'm saying? So that's why, like, with games like these, games like these are more linear stories, but the story itself, even though it's a linear story, but it's a very vast. It has a lot of character depth, a lot of world building. So with you not having that much direction or choice over the direction of the story, it's not that big of a deal, which is why games like these, they've lasted for so long. But then when you have games like that do give you choice, they succeed when the choices you do make have an impact on the story. Otherwise, what's the point of you giving me the option? You know what I'm saying? So if you're giving me an option between A or B, that's going to, or it's supposed to alter the story of the game, but when we find out that it didn't really matter what I chose, then what was the point of you giving me the choice? You might as well just let the game play as it is. And that's where I feel a lot of the non-linear story games are not as good as the older ones. With a linear story like this game, like the character designs, the character backstories, the villain, that is what is really helping guide along the story. And then, of course, the mechanics of the game in terms of how you're playing the game. Is it turn-based? Is it, like, say this game, this is more real-time combat. If it's real-time combat, how differing are the party members? How different are their move sets? How many characters can be in your party? How many characters you come across in the world? Like, there's a lot to judge these types of games on, but I'm seeing that most of the time these games tend to work because they kind of keep it simple. But when you have games that are more open world and very vast and large, and they're giving you those options narratively, I miss the consequence of choosing one or the other. I miss that because I feel like that's what really creates that gravity. That's what really made, like, say, if you've played Mass Effect 2, based on the decisions of one, how you interact with your party, the choices you make, how connected your party members are, will determine whether or not they live or die in the final mission. That matters. Whereas now it's like a lot of games, they don't really do that. And that's the thing that really annoys me. Just my little 5 cents. But yeah, it's like what Kalisto says here. Like you really do feel like you're a part of the world. Even though you feel like a lot of times in these games, you can feel like the passenger because the story is going, like, the story is already written. You're just kind of going along with it. And that's fine too, as long as it's a good story and it's well written and so on and so forth. However, when you do have some input on the story, but your choices really don't lead to any real significant outcomes, that's the point I'm getting. It's almost like then you might as well just made your story linear if that's the case. So I have no doubt this game is going to do well, but I would like for the games that are more of non-linear, I would love for them to return to a time where your choice actually made it mattered. Because I think that was one of the things that people didn't like about Dragon Age the Veilguard, a franchise that used to be steeped on choice, and come to find out in the entire game, there's only 3 or 4 decisions you make in the entire game of Dragon Age Veilguard that have any kind of fucking ramifications. And that was wild, especially when you compare that to the original Dragon Age Origins, where a lot of your choices did make sense, or not make sense, but it mattered, because if you sided with this faction, you're cut off from this faction, and things of that nature. If you choose to let this person live, they may or may not screw you over in the future. If you choose to, you know, I like that, and I just think that I wish that games that go that path, I wish that they would be more impactful on the choices you do make, because games like these, you know, I don't want to say they're easier. I don't want to say that, but you are essentially a passenger along for the most part, because, you know, once you get back to questing and you're done grinding for levels or whatever you're doing, once you go back to that main quest plot line or path, you know, you're going to go from A to B to C to D to E and so on. And that's fine, assuming if the story is good and you're invested in the characters and the story. And a lot of times these games, you know, especially coming out of Square Enix, you know, they do a very good job at it. But I just want the, you know, the more non-linear games to step their game up, so to speak. And yeah, so that's just me rambling. But yeah, so that's kind of like what I wanted to talk about earlier, but I got sidetracked talking about Tekken and everything that has a punch and a kick button. So hopefully when I get back online after like a nap, because, you know, I gotta take a little nap, you know. I'm not in my 20s anymore. No, I'm just joking. I'm probably gonna go out and stretch my legs a bit, because it looks it's a little bit decent outside. So I'm probably gonna enjoy the weather a bit. But I hope you guys, you know, enjoy the rest of y'all day, and maybe I'll see some of y'all when I get back online. But yeah. Oh yeah, and that's another thing. Yeah, I am glad that they're not going exclusive. Well, you know, the thing is, I mean, shit, you know, some games can be exclusive, some games can be timed, you know, but it looks to me that, in fact, yeah, that does remind me of a story that just hit not too long ago, that the investors, yes, Square Enix had a bit of a company shakeup not too long ago, where they were claiming that they didn't like that they were not hitting the financial markers that was expected of them. So yeah, I do. Yeah, that is a story that's actually, I heard about it last night. In fact, shit, I might look more into it and talk more about it later on. But yeah, I was, you know, I'm just gonna go for a walk, get some air, because I've been inside all day for the most part, and get something to eat, and probably come back on later on. But yeah, man, I guess I'll talk to you guys later. Shit, it's almost 5 hours. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. Take care. Peace.